this guy stinks. Why is this guy starting his stream so late? Bro, how can someone start their stream so late? 15 minutes late? Algonis? That's not okay. Imagine all of the things that we could all the things that we could have done in those 15 minutes. And now they're ruined. Today, I actually have a snack with me. And you know, they are actually dry banana slices, just like the acid that I had in my model. Happy coincidence, joyful day. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Da, 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 da. Let every heart spare him room. Dun, 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 dun. Far as the curse is found, we will clean as far as the curse is found. Oh no, I lost. Was I rushing or dragging? That is the question. Okay, I'm gonna do a test to make sure that the both of the chat rooms should be working right now. We're gonna give it a little bit of time. We're gonna give it like 5 minutes or so for everyone to come in. While I start preparing, getting the things ready. Not ready. Ready. Are you ready? I really need to improve my English pronunciation. I am very cognizant of that. Now, the small news that I guess I can already update, it doesn't matter if anyone is around right now. You might hear me a little bit heartbroken in some parts of this stream or in the next week. I don't want to get into too much detail right now, but a bunch of very surprising things had happened, and I'm trying to deal with a lot of things. But I will be able to address it more properly sometime around late January. For the time being, just note that I am not happy, but I am stable. And it certainly is a lot of things to talk and learn about that experience. A lot of stuff has been happening in the background, but for the time being, that is where it will remain. I'm just letting you know so that you know if I don't know, start crying or something during the stream, it's probably because of that. Perhaps this is a moment of too much honesty, but remember the Half-Life 2 stream when I like paused all of a sudden? I actually cried remembering a previous chat member who was no longer with us. I didn't realize how much I appreciated her being around until I realized that she wasn't going to be around anymore. I really wonder if the other Vtuber that she was a big fan of remembers her. I'm sure he does too. Okay, sorry, it's too depressing of a topic, but I know that you are happy, whatever you are. My light guide your path, always, my love. Let's see what the stream is behaving here. Okay, so actually movement is seems to be doing well. It seems to be acting with stability. Yes.
Seems to be doing well. It seems to be a good stability.
Yes. Thankfully, it seems to be doing well. We shouldn't be able to be having any problems with them. What I am having problems, however, is the compressor filter. I just can't seem to get that thing right. Let's increase just 1 decibel, just to have it, just to give it a little bit of flavor. And yeah, here. Hidden Yokai, grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione, grazie. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Thank you, thank you. What are you eating? So they are kind of like these banana slices but dried up. If I am familiar, if it is like how I used to do them, I actually used to make this sort of banana dry fruits, but these ones are store bought. An acquaintance bought that for me. My apologies. So you cut the bananas into slices and you put them in a sort of drying machine. Occasionally, you also like put some spices like cinnamon, salt. I know salt is not a spice, but yeah. Or other flavor things. And then you grab the dry crust, the dry of the slice, and you add other few things to give them some kind of flavor. I can tell that these are coating, a healthy coating of painting. These are coated in some kind of like oil-like thingy. I'm not sure how to describe it, but I can really tell the taste. Sounds good? It is good. It really is good. It is quite a bit of a guilty pleasure, given that I generally do not eat sugar. I really try my hardest to not eat sugar. Although, in the last few weeks, I had been, I have been sinning. Oh, forgive me, Daddy, for I've been a bad boy. I mean, forgive me, my Lord, for I had sinned. I I have been eating so much sugar in the last couple of weeks. It balanced out because I skipped lunch a few times, and I was like really physically active on the last couple days. But still, I want to fully supply my energy needs with healthy meals, vegetables, salads, etc. But it's hard to eat salad when you are not like used to it, right? At least at the start, especially if you let the salad get a bit watery, it's a bit. No, I want hamburger. I want chocolate. How do they call leche condensada in English? Do they call it something like condensed milk? I don't quite remember. Vermaglio, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Hello. I'm going to check that out right now. How do they call it? Con leche condensada. As you can tell, I am from South America. In English, leche condensada. La leche condensada es leche de vaca a la que se le ha extraído aproximadamente el 60% del agua y se le ha añadido azúcar, resultando en un producto espeso, muy dulce y de larga duración, enlatado, ideal para postres como flanes, bla 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 bla. Okay, now we get the Wikipedia page, leche condensada. So how is it called in Afrikaans? It's called condensed milk. No, sorry, I didn't see the comment. My apologies. Bahasa Indonesia, susu kental manis. Català, lait condensada. Dutch, condensed milk. Here it is, English. Excellent. Just like, wait, we're gonna search for Japanese actually before we go on to that one. Where is Roskie? Roskie? Oh god, wish me luck. Reshi, Reshinai Malako. Molako. Malako. Ah. Rosjenai Moloka. Oh, it's Malako. Alright. Nihongo desu. Doko Nihongo desu? Oh no, kanji. Kanji yada. Watashi wa kanji yondei nai. I don't read kanji. Well, fine. Ok. Italiano, latte condensato. Francés, lait concentré sucré. Euskara, Greek, esne condensato. And finally, in English, it is condensed milk. Okay, so, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about condensed milk of all things? Condensed milk is cow's milk from which water has been removed, roughly 60% of it. It is most often found with sugar added in the form of sweetened condensed milk, to the extent that the terms condensed milk and sweetened condensed milk are often used interchangeably today. I am quite surprised indeed. Yes, I always thought that all condensed milk was sweet. If anything, if you didn't have a sweetener, it would be just like milk cream. But I suppose that technically condensed milk is an even more concentrated milk cream, and that it almost always has sugar added on top of it. And because I don't eat sugar normally, I really wait. I really feel the sugar in the condensed milk. It feels so sweet like you cannot even imagine. I don't know if any of you, Amici, have ever done a fasting, 2-3 day fasting. The first meal you eat after the fasting is like, wow, it's so delicious, it's so incredibly tasty. You rediscover taste buds and flavors that you did not even remember were possible. It's actually genuinely amazing. It's one of the best things about fasting, actually, to be entirely honest, that when you take that first meal, it tastes like nothing else. It tastes absolutely amazing, genuinely amazing. Now, sorry about that. Another great benefit about fasting is when you go after the first day, your body genuinely feels different. I don't know how to describe it other than just good. Like you feel strangely refreshed. It's sorry about that. But you genuinely feel like some kind of vitality awakens in your body after the you're gonna get a bit dizzy, I think, during the first day. It depends a lot, of course. I am very low weight. I had like very low body weight. So in my case, I think I don't really have like a really big sugar spike in sugar reduction or anything when I stop eating. I occasionally forget to eat sometimes, so maybe I'm kind of used to it. Hand to heart, Amici. Among you, among all the three you lovely people watching, who among you chews with your mouth open?
Yappe.
I'm looking at you. Yes, you. I knew it. I can't believe that you chew with your mouth open. I hate it when people do that. It just feels so strange to me, and especially I am very like audio sensitive in some things, so I can hear some my hearing seems to be more sensitive than that of other people. So when I hear like someone chewing, I genuinely feel every little bit of the crashing of teeth, every little bit of the movement of the mouth. It's mm, 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 mm. Catching up on John. My face is being attacked by my cat. Oh no! You can try doing the sound of. You know when cats are angry and they do that sound? They instinctively understand that as the get away from me sound. I do it with my cat when I am like really irritated and I am tired of her begging me to feed her for the fifth time in the day. And I swear to you, I am not underfeeding that cat. She does not look underfed. But whenever she sees me, meow, 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 meow. I try to understand obviously, but sometimes I'm just tired. So when she doesn't understand, like, sometimes I tell her, hey, just wait a moment. Later. Meow. Later. Meow. Later. Meow. Later. Meow. Later. Meow. Later. Meow. And that's the time when she finally runs away. Sometimes you just have to be mean. I might not want to, but you just have to sometimes. Okay? Very well. We're going to this a small cursory reading of the rules kind of soon in a few minutes. Like I said in the stream that we should do. I never fast. Nunca ayuno. Sometimes my body just doesn't want to eat. Yep. I don't know why the body does that sometimes. But it is really strange, right? That sometimes you just don't really feel like eating. Maybe you're just too fascinated with something. And then it's like, meh, it's not as important. But doing a conscious, deliberate water fast, like only drinking water, can be so good. Me personally, I hope to one day I aim for a 7-day fast. I kind of fantasize with the idea of a 40-day fast because of, Jesus in the desert and all of that. But I am actually not sure if that level of fasting is medically possible. As my observation also, apparently when like biblical penances in the Middle Ages spoke of people doing fasting during 3 months or whatever, apparently what they mean by fast isn't not eat anything, but rather they mean something like not eat specific kinds of meat, not eat specific kinds of foods like wine, etc. Things that to us seem like a severe dietary restriction, but to them it wasn't really all that different from what the average person in the Middle Ages was eating anyway. So for them, like having to do a fast for 3 months was more or less like what for us will be, I don't know, not eating a birthday cake for 3 months or not drinking champagne for 3 months or something. The kind of thing that we just don't really do very often, if that makes any sense. I a veces hablo cuando estoy comiendo con la boca abierta, pero trato de arreglarlo. I sometimes talk while eating with it open, but I try to fix it. One thing that was very useful for me, because I used to do that a lot too. Also, do let me know if you are listening to me, properly, or if like I am sounding way too low or anything like that. According to my mixer, I should be in the okay range. Yeah, according to the mixer, I should be okay. Anyways, putting food aside on the side of the mouth and then start talking. And if you push it down to like below the tongue, it isn't really as noticeable. You don't really feel it all that much. It's pretty good. It's pretty decent. At first, it did take some getting used to doing that for me. And I don't know if, for example, another thing, of course, is that you chew and out so that you can actually push them out the food below your tongue, right? I don't know if, for example, in a table where you had like 3, 4 siblings or something, and everyone is chatting up a storm, like maybe that can sometimes make it difficult for you because you feel like if you actually take the time to properly chew the food and get it under your tongue, like maybe then you feel like you're gonna lose your opportunity to speak, and well, I wouldn't know what to say to that. It is not necessarily something that I experience a lot, and I realized I accidentally revealed a little bit of personal information. Now you can probably deduce that I didn't have a big family. It's not a big deal, but it is a lesson to be learned in that sometimes you end up revealing information about yourself without realizing you're doing so, or without knowing. But please don't feel bad about asking the question. The mistake was mine in speaking about my own personal situation. You did not do anything wrong, okay, Amici? Excellent. I love you. The body shuts off after 3 to 4 weeks of food. Mostly, yeah. It also is really dependent of how much food the person had eaten before they started fasting. There was, for example, the case I read once. I didn't corroborate. Había el caso que yo escuché una vez, no lo corroboré, de una señorita, una damisela, que cayó de un avión o algo por el estilo y estuvo perdida un año entero en el bosque, y ella pasó un año entero sin comer nada. I know the case of a lady who I think she fell from a plane or something like that, and she was lost, stranded in a forest for 1 year. And sorry about that. She didn't eat anything for that entire year. Now, I should mention this lady in question was, sorry to say it like this, but she was morbidly obese. So she really did had a lot of caloric storage for such a long time of not eating. But lamento decir esto de una manera tan directa, pero la señorita en cuestión era mórbidamente obesa. O sea, sé que ella tenía una enorme cantidad de almacenamiento calórico como para poder sobrevivir tanto tiempo sin comer un solo bocado. Now, it's not the kind of weight loss strategy that I would recommend. But it is a testament to the great power of the human body, does it not? At least, in my opinion, it very much is. Very well, I'm going to drink a little bit of my coffee, and we're going to start reading some of the rules. The rules are going to be in the video description of every YouTube stream, and they should be available on Twitch as well. By the way, before I forget to mention, there's a good chance that we also sorry. There's a good chance that we also do a little bit of video editing while we're at it today. Video editing, maybe some music practice, and I forget what else I want to do it about. You know, also, this is an incredibly cursed comment, but when it is out of the fridge for a while, milk cream really has the consistency of milk cream really has the consistency of something else, right? No, I was kind of serious. Sé que esto es un comentario bastante extraño, pero cuando está fuera del refrigerador por un tiempo, la crema de leche casi es como que tiene la consistencia de otro tipo de líquido, otra clase de leche, ¿verdad? Pero lo hablo en serio, lo digo de verdad. No, realmente se siente como si fuera otra cosa. It really does feel like that. It probably doesn't help that it is so, well, creamy that... Okay, well. Does ya Michi think it is time for me to stop talking? Okay. Excellent. I threw a lot of milk cream on my coffee. Are you and Michi eating dinner? Or is it lunchtime? Or maybe breakfast? What are you eating on this gorgeous fine evening, Amici? Okay, now we are adding a bit of condensed milk. It's strange because I thought that leche condensada had a different name in English. But alas, apparently not. Okay. So, the rules on any streamer's chat room, place, community, etc. They are not made to just keep people out. Or they are not made so that people can have fun, or they are not made just to satisfy some capricho. ¿Cómo traducir capricho? Something that the streamer just decides to enforce for no reason. One moment. There is almost always a reason for why a certain rule is set, provided of course that the people in charge are reasonable people. And usually when you see one of those rules that are like a little bit bizarre, which for example, like maybe to some people outside of the video community might find it a bit bizarre that a lot of chat rooms encourage so much to don't talk about other VTubers in the stream. Usually those kind of rules come about because a particular situation happened a while ago, and it was determined that enforcing this new rule will be a great deterrent so that there will not be problems anymore. In the case, for example, of the don't mention other VTubers rule, I think there was a time when a lot of communities kinda raided into each other, and some chatters insisted on bringing up the drama that this or that big VTuber was going through, and even leaving aside the possibility that the Vtuber in question and the Vtuber chat room was getting read that maybe they didn't get along with each other, maybe they never even talk with each other, etc. Even setting aside the fact that that might make it then uncomfortable, there were a lot of times when that was getting so bad that it was already being disrupted to the stream. Or for example, one moment. The rule of don't talk about things that are not related to the chat or to the streamer might make the VTuber might make the VTuber seem like a narcissist. But imagine if you get 125 people, and that's just very small for some streamers, all together in one room, in one chat room. If you let them talk about whatever, some people will not have the social sense to know when to stop. And if you had like, even if you had only like a 10% of people that are just like going on and on and on about this or that tangent and like 5 separate conversations, it's going to be a disaster. I've seen it. The chat becomes unreadable at that sometimes. And I don't want to be mean when I say this, but the kind of people that come to tune into, I don't know, Regis Alter's stream, they come there to listen to Regis Alter and to talk about things related to the stream of Regis Alter. They're not necessarily interested in what this one Starming had going on, or if they actually met out for the during the Discord conversation of whatever in the world or anything like that. It's going to be just too distracting if people don't keep to the topic of the stream in itself. Just to be clear, the vast majority of the time, people have enough sense to kind of pick up on that and to kind of not maintain things on the topic of the stream. But for the case of the people that maybe they don't do it maliciously, or that they don't have any consideration towards other people, it is not that they are disconsiderate, they simply don't realize how some of their actions or their carelessness is affecting others. That is why you have to enforce the rules. It is not because people just want to be mean or anything like that. There is a reason for it. Right. So we are going to be reading 3 of the rules today, and I'm going to be explaining their reasoning in detail. Wow. So the video description starts. I bet you're reading this description and thinking, wow, I'm sure whoever wrote this, it is a real cutie. And you'll be right. Yeah, you are right. It is a cutie. Okay, so let's start with the strong and mainstay one. This is one, for the record, except for 6 and 7 that are more of an artistic thing. They're not actually rules, but they're pretty much me reminding you that you are beautiful. Practically all of the rules that you are going to find in my chat room are going to be rules that you're going to find in every chat room in VTubing, in practically every one of them. I don't know how things are handled with Flash streamers, but in VTubing, all of these rules are like they are universal. They are always going to be there. So the first rule, and there is a reason why it's the first rule, is that you must be over 18 to pass here. You might get kicked out if you are too immature. I think that we had by this point earned the right to be somewhat frank with each other. So I hope I don't use a particularly blunt language. It is not that I want to offend people, but simply I need to lay some things clear. In the entertainment field, children are often used as a political weapon by people that don't like the identity of a certain person to try and accuse them of being a corrupting influence on the youth. Therefore, try and get them taken down, try and get an attack or anything like that. In the case of Vtuber, because of the nature of the medium, a lot of close-minded people in the West, I'm trying to be as neutral as I can in here, are very liable to use that concept of, oh yeah, these people are attracting children and they are telling them to be not straight, they are telling them to be non-masculine, they are telling them to not vote for. It's awful, we must cancel them. Rah! So the biggest way that, and by the way, this is actually a really big problem for the LGBTQI plus community. Like, I had personally known a few people in that community that literally had to abandon their teaching career or literally had to get legal defense purely because some close-minded individual decided to get them to try and get them in trouble, to accuse them of being a person that does something very bad without any base, without any reason to say that, just for being what they are. So the Vtuber community has long since decided that, partly as a matter of defending themselves against those kind of organized attacks from whatever you might want to call it, the religious rights, crazy leftists, county-centrists, etc., whatever it might be, we do not have the power or frankly the interest in dealing with any of that. So if people are going to be like that and saying and run the risk of them saying that we are a bad influence for kids or whatever, straight up, we don't want kids here. We cannot have kids in here. You have to be an adult. That is non-negotiable. If I find that you are not over 18, I have to ban you. I have to ban you from chat. I cannot permit it. It's not up to me. Even if I might not want to, I have to. And I hope that you understand that I don't do that because I think that you're a bad person, because I think that you are a bad influence, or that I think that you're going to get badly influenced or anything like that. I have to protect myself, especially as a male VTuber, against any kind of terrible allegations that people might be all too happy to throw my way. And I do apologize, but that is plain and simply the world that we live in. Additionally, I would like to highly request you that if you are going to bring people into my community and chat, make sure that they are over 18. I go to great lengths to take care of my image, of my reputation, of my behavior, precisely because I want to avoid these sorts of problems. And maybe the fact that I have often been so incredibly say-so, it probably gave a wrong impression to people. But no, this is a place for 18. This is a place for adults. I cannot and I will not be babysitting anyone. But again, please understand, it is not anything against you in particular. I do not hate you. I do not think that you're a brat or anything like that. I simply had to defend myself against the people that will use the presence of underage as a political weapon. And finally, there is another more general concept. Before I mention something specific about being a male VTuber, that is to say, I don't control the community or the people around me. I know that I say this a bunch of times, especially when it came to the idea of setting up the Discord server. I don't have any direct control over the people around me. One moment. Now, I like to think that the majority of my audience is female. I am not sure if that will be a really accurate assertion nowadays, but I like to think that a sizable part of my audience are women. And women don't really tend to do like the sex bestie stuff a lot. I don't think that I am necessarily going to find that a female fan was grooming a kid or anything like that. I just don't think that is as likely. It's not impossible, but it's not as likely. But I don't know what kind of people are lurking around in my community, and maybe some of them are weird. And so, one of the biggest defenses against those against the possibility that a kid might waltz in and Lyrian McLarker would never post on chat, but is actually always like watching the streams or anything like that. Maybe they send a Discord message and start being weird towards that kid. Because let me tell you from experience, well, indirect but still experience, some underage accounts are like a magnet for weirdos, and if they know that a community like this can have some kids, then that will also add as a magnet for weirdos. So it is much better that they know straight up that there are no kids for them to be weirdo. Again, it sucks that the internet has to be that way, but on the one hand, we had people that really hate anime, or people that really hate non-masculine entertainers or anything like that. And on the other, we had people that are creepy. We had people that are weird. I don't think it is in any way controversial to say that the internet has kind of a problem with creepers, just of the nature of the more distant interaction and the fact that there will be no consequences, significant consequences to acting too weird, as long as you are not like something that crosses state lines or anything like that, right? Now, there is a third, and by the way, Sponta, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione, grazie. I will address the pause in a bit. Now, there is one third element of that is important to take care of, that is important to take note of in this. And I am sorry that I am spending so long of a point on this. It's simply something that I really want to make very clear. Alright? It is no secret that male VTubers are seen with a lot of disdain and hate in the community, in the VTubing community. And I think that today, by this point, we had earned out frankness with each other for me to outright go and say it. A lot of the VTubing audience are gooners who were brought in by a cute kawaii anime girl and are very much not the kind of guys that had a lot of male friendships or a very healthy formation of masculine identity growing up. So I am never really surprised when they go and do all of that weird projection about yeah, I know why this weirdo got into VTubing. He wants to lick people VTubers' panties. I am not at all surprised that an otaku gooner will project that kind of thing. And I would like to clarify that this maybe does not apply to all, or maybe even to a majority of the VTubing community. A lot of male VTuber fans were actually really nice. I do actually. It will probably not surprise you, Amici, that I am also a fan of VTubers. Maybe not as Alconis, maybe not in this account, but I followed a few female VTubers and I do had a lot of pretty fun memories of interacting and talking with other male fans. A lot of guys really are great in this community. But the more outspoken ones tend to be the sort of like shitty gooners. I am sorry to say it like that, but it is. It's also something that's very dependent on community too, of course. Some guys that are watching Holostars or FSP, they're probably not going to be as in the same way that a guy who is watching Hololive or that is watching, I don't know, FaceConnect or something like that. Different cultures attract different communities. Okay. But generally speaking, men in general are seen with more suspicion in the English-speaking world, and male VTubers especially are particularly disliked because of the audience composition of the wider VTuber community. One moment, please. And if you wonder why we never see any of that in here, I do believe a big part of it is my obstinate refusal to meaningfully interact with many or any female VTubers, so I never really get into the crosshairs of the Gunner guys, and I am simply too small of a channel that no one really cares about me enough to like make up with rumors about me or anything like that. But I do still have to be careful. I treasure my reputation, the well-being of my community way too much as for me to do something careless that could end up leaving a stain on them or on the community. I don't want you, Amici, to have to deal with some fool on Twitter saying that Alconis is a pervert or anything like that. Or well, I mean, they will not be wrong saying that I am a pervert, but they will be wrong in saying that I am sex expecting. Oh man, the tangents that we are going through. And I don't want you to have to deal with the kind of hatred that a lot of male VTubers and kind of by extension their own community get regularly. So that's why I am always so adamant in staying as drama-free as possible. And a big part of staying as drama-free is to actively preempt the situations that will lead to drama. That is why a big part of why I don't talk to female VTubers, and is why I cannot allow people under the age of 18 in the chat. If you are in the chat, if you participate openly in the community, you must be over 18. This is not negotiable. I don't care if you're very mature. I don't care if I don't know, you are 5 weeks from 18. I don't care if the cat from heaven gave you a special license. If chatting, you have to be over 18. If we discover that you are under 18 and chatting, we're gonna have to ban you. I am really sorry. I hope you understand. As far as lurking, obviously we do not have any power to choose what lurkers do. But both in Twitch and YouTube, creators are held to a certain level of responsibility for their kind, for what is permitted in their channels and communities. And if I were to allow people that shouldn't be in the chat, or for example people that to keep saying, I don't know, politically derogatory terms or anything like that, not only will other VTubers watch that and go like, what's up with this guy? Why is he allowing such weirdos in his chat? I don't want to do a collab with this guy. But the platforms themselves are going to be like, warrant, FBI, open up. Alconis Buenarote, you are under arrest for being effing gay. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Sir, please, no, please, I didn't do anything, no. And then, fuck me, the warrant was right, you are freaking gay. What do you think about a rule of don't say? I would prefer that even if you don't say that, you don't really pause or say anything, people are going to make me to cause me problems for that. And you have to keep in mind, if some idiot on Twitter starts saying, "Oh yeah, I can allow people under 18 to post on his chat," they are not going to say the whole truth. They are going to say an incredibly tergiverse or an incredibly twisted version of the facts, and people are going to run with it because I am a male VTuber, and the gooners that make out like 60% of the male audience, the guys that watch female VTubers, are automatically going to believe anything bad or perverted that people are going to accuse a male VTuber of. Why wouldn't they? They are perverts themselves. So they think, oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure if I had a male VTuber model, I am sure that I will also try to ask, I cannot believe I had to say this, the Chan from agency picture of her feet. So I am sure that he did that too. Yeah. Of course. Now I'm going to invite Miss to Fansly. I don't know what did they even do on Fansly. Okay, whatever. So it's a matter of defense. I cannot afford to have any possibility that I am accused falsely. In the case, for example, of like the gay food fandom or whatever, they don't seem to be as annoying with that. I don't want to say annoying, sorry. They don't seem to be as extreme in accusing people falsely or anything like that. But in between, it is different. And so it's something that I have to do. It's in the same way that when I go and ride a bicycle, maybe I don't want to have to lean a part of my body to the side of the sidewalk just to preempt the possibility that someone is going to literally try and run me off the road. But I have to, because that is the reality that I live in. So again, please understand, I don't do this because I hate younger people or anything. I do this because I must protect Alconis. I have to. It is not negotiable. I have to, no matter what. Even if it might hurt me, I want. I have to. The mention of furry is a bit funny. Even though I personally don't dislike furries, or I am pretty neutral on the concept, I lately have been thinking that, you know how I often say that I had like so many economical financial problems and all that, and even now on Twitter, sorry, one moment. Sorry, okay. That now I am probably going to start eating once every 2 days, and I want to try and make it once every 3 days actually. And please do wish me luck convincing my guardian to allow me to do that, because that is going to be such a huge fight with her. But we have to do what we have to do, right? It plain simply is the case. I also just genuinely don't think that fasting like that will be too bad. Most people in history have didn't get to eat once every day. That's just how it is. Eating once, yes, only once every 2 days. Sorry, I think a person needs help. How much do you wait? Honey, that's what a intimate question, huh? I can say that I weighed, I will not say my exact weight, but I will say that I weighed less than 60 kilograms. Oh god, lady. Oh dear, Minhera missile incoming. Okay, so, where was I going? Eating only once every 2 days, right? Okay. Because of all of the financial problems that we have, lately I was thinking as I think that I mentioned a few times, that uh, uh, I actually rejected the many of the proposals from people that wanted to try and make the Alconist community more into a fanboy of sorts, and I could like intuit that these people were actually willing to pay me, maybe not like a great amount of money, but that they were willing to support me a lot if I had taken the channel in more of a fanboy direction. I didn't fundamentally um, because I wanted the channel to be about two things. I wanted Alconist to be about the things that I believe in, and I also wanted Alconist to be at the service of an audience that I often believe is very disregarded, very ignored, or treated as unimportant, as minor in VTubing. That is to say, the female audience. At least in the places that I read, oftentimes people add like, oh yeah, no, like there are no women that watch VTuber, guys, or if they do, they only watch in corpus. They women don't matter in this hobby. If you want to make it as a male indie, you have to be either an indie or you have to be one of those guys with really sexy deep voices that do a lot of ASMR. Which, by the way, um, I know that we are like going from topic to topic, but I think that the reason why Vox Akuma was so incredibly popular with the female audience wasn't necessarily only his sexy voice or his passion for acting, but the fact that he was always incredibly open and understanding towards that the feelings and necessities of that audience. He really in some ways did feel like a Tumblr sexy man come to life. And especially, I know that I said this a bunch of times, but he never talked down to that audience. He doesn't add like those drama channels that always go like, ew, the Ninja sisters that are always go so crazy for the box ASMR, and they keep saying, oh yes, please, Demon Daddy, please, I'm choking on it, etc. Vox never acted like that was a weird or pathetic thing, especially in a context that if we just turn the other way around and we can see a lot of guys saying even weirder stuff on the ASMR of Vsinger. And so, the greatest um what the oh god, this is just one moment, please. Menjera episode. I'm really sorry, just one little moment, okay? This person has like, you know, it's always amusing to me like how much of my life ended up revolving around taking care of one gear or another gear. I don't know why I am like this. Beautiful. Thank you, Menjera Lady number 35. This is exactly what I needed in the middle of a stream. woman sips coffee. The funny thing is, I actually am drinking coffee. Okay, so I wanted to create something that where women can actually feel visible and can actually feel like there is someone for them. And that's why I am so happy when that, despite everything that happened, Niji Sanji survived, or that First Stage Productions um, was able to have such a meteoric rise, because they were a rise. They were able to prove that even if the market might not be as big for now, that the female audience matters, that they are there and that they are willing to support people. That
Was able to have such a meteoric rise.
that is something that I think is really, really valuable and really, really important. Um, but even though I didn't fully grasp it at the time, I did so under the understanding or condition that. Okay, listen. I don't want to be mean when I say this, and I'm not saying like any kind of like moral judgment on the audience when I say that it is simply a byproduct of where I grew up in South America. It was difficult for me to imagine that a bunch of women will ever financially support a man in anything. It just isn't how things happen. Even though a female friend that I had a long time ago, actually, she was always the one that that bought me treats when we went out, and I was always so embarrassed about it. I was always blushing so hard when, like, for example, she actually bought how do you call popcorn? She bought popcorn for me, and she gave the money to the salesman, and I went like, thank you. That was so embarrassing. Just one moment, please. Okay, and and the whole idea of a male entertainer being supported by a female public is just plain and simply bizarre for me, especially in the country that I live in. You need to keep in mind when people say Latin America, especially people that are outside of Latin America, um, they they generally, like, I think they subconsciously think that every place has the baseline of, I don't know, Argentina, of maybe like Bolivia, Peru, or, well, they maybe have two baselines: a nice sort of Latin American country and a not that nice Latin American country. But really, people that live in South America will know that it actually is really, 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 really bad. Cuando la gente habla de Latinoamérica, suelen asumir o pensar que es una de dos situaciones: la situación de un país decente como Argentina, y personalmente creo, a pesar de toda la incertidumbre económica, Argentina sigue siendo un lugar decente en el que vivir, es la impresión que tengo por lo menos, o un país un tanto más difícil en el que vivir. Pero los que vivimos en Latinoamérica, estoy seguro que sabemos muy bien que en realidad esto es algo que varía gigantescamente, no solo de país a país, sino también de lugar en lugar, ¿verdad? Ok. My country is one of the worst ones in Latin America. Mi país es uno de los peores en Latinoamérica. Hasta el punto de que si es que supieran cuál es mi país, seguramente dirían: ahora entiendo por qué Alconis es tan pobre. Eso realmente es terrible. Un momento. One moment, please. What the fuck is your problem? Where did that sound come from? What the fuck? Sorry about that. It never ceases to amaze me how freaking stupid some people are. It genuinely boggles the imagination. Whenever I think, oh wow, yeah, someone can be that dumb, can't they? They actually find a way to dug an even deeper hole. It actually is amazing how disappointing a lot of the people in my real life are. Alright. Where was I? I got so angry I can't actually think straight. Okay, yeah. So, I made a very conscious decision to explicitly cater to the female audience, or to specifically make a space where they can feel like they are the main audience that is catered to. Even knowing it was going to come at the cost of a considerably diminished support, or practically no support at all. Because I personally do have the conception that a lot of the female audience simply isn't going to support a boy that is in part of a corpo. And to be brutally honest, with the kind of behavior that a lot of corpo boys engage in, I understand that. I understand why why is the internet doing this shit now? I understand why many of them were probably like so burnt out from the way that, for example, a lot of indie boys don't even try to not talk to female VTubers, or the way that a lot of indie idols, indie boys don't even try to be idol-like or things like that. I understand why a lot of the female audience will have ended up so disappointed in the indie market. Okay. But at the time, I didn't realize just how much that decision was going to cost me. I didn't keep in mind that this was going to affect me so much. I will confess also that I probably also tend to fall victim to the maybe not all that correct propaganda that a lot of people go in that, oh yeah, Star Sisters don't watch streams. Come on. Star Sisters don't watch streams. I mean, Star Sisters don't donate anything. They are non-contributing audience or whatever. Maybe they say that they like the voice so much, etc. But they are just young girls that never donate any significant amount of money. And lately I realized how much did I uncritically absorb that notion simply because of how often it is said. But I don't know if that is really true, right? Is it? If we're speaking just on numbers alone, one important thing to keep in mind when you're comparing the numbers of the HoloLight talents with the HoloStars talents is that the HoloLight talents tend to be extreme outlier in the great majority of VTubing. It is not necessarily that HoloStars is doing particularly bad, but rather that HoloLive does incredibly well for a lot of the talents. It should also be mentioned that there are a few HoloStars that technically do out-earn in super chats to a lot of the HoloLive talents, and those are only the public metrics that we can see. Who knows how things actually turn out in the matter of memberships, in the matter of collabs, sponsorships, or anything like that. I do apologize that we are getting so sidetracked. But at the same time, I don't want to be completely inconsiderate of the contributions that many female fans do actually make on the scene. First Stage production lives chiefly because of their female audience, and Nijisanji is very hard carried by a female audience that didn't live even despite all of the crazy things that happened. So even if I am not particularly supported, and that could be due to a multitude of factors, many of which are probably due to my own fault or responsibility, it can still be very much true that there is a big part of the female audience that does want to support a male entertainer. And it is important to respect and to be good for that audience. Check coffee pitch. Oh, thank you. I'm going to get back on chatting a bit too, by the way, and simply to tell you the truth, I am still fuming a little bit because of that Menjera friend thing. Additionally, I tend to take it as a failure on my part when I never see any kind of support. Not in the sense of, oh man, my fans don't support me or anything, but more in the sense of, man, I really think I am incredibly worthless if what I do must be so worthless and so low quality. If no one wants to donate, then clearly it is because I am so incredibly bad at this that it just doesn't mean anything. No one wants to actually donate or anything like that. Even though obviously that could be to a massive variety of factors. When I am playing guitar on the street, a lot of the people that walk by don't really donate, or they don't donate much or anything like that. And it probably isn't because they don't like the music or anything like that. It simply is that maybe they don't have a lot of money, perfectly understandable in today's situation. Maybe they are just really busy. Maybe they just didn't think of it at the time. Maybe they don't want to show their wallet or money in public. It could be due to a lot of reasons that are not related at all to the streamer. All right. But now at least I am okay with accepting that even if the path that I wanted to take, I decided to take, ended up landing me in much more trouble than I originally thought, I am at the very least happy in thinking that this could maybe help plant a seed for the future, to make more people know that a female audience is there and that there are ways that you can cater to it. That is one of the biggest hopes. And even if I had to do a job that is probably going to make me lose a leg or something like that, even if I had to do a stuff that I really don't want to do, I want to think that if it is for the sake of that dream, not only providing a good space for a female audience, but again the things that I myself want to see come to life, then that is something that can be okay. But alright, so let's catch up on chat. But you know one thing that will be good actually, if I do end up crossing the river Styx and go to St. Peter's Gate, I will not have to deal with so many stupid people in my real life. And that will be so nice. It genuinely will be so nice. As soon as the main Hera person started writing that whole diatribe, I was going to man, why do I have to deal with this stuff? Can you go and complain to a psychologist? But the thing is that they cannot afford a psychologist. So I am the free psychologist. I guess it's what that spirit of wanting to help is what I inherited from my ancestors. Okay. Now let me gather my thoughts a little bit. Catching back on chat. Let's get back on chat. Apologies, by the way. Por cierto, disculpas que... leyéndolo en español muy brevemente. Aquí, para chatear aquí y participar en el canal, es obligatorio ser mayor de edad. Eso no es negociable. No... Solamente puedes chatear aquí si tienes más de 18 años. Esto es una cosa vital para mí y yo no puedo hacer ningún tipo de compromisos al respecto. Si yo me entero de que cualquier persona, incluso alguien que yo realmente aprecio, tiene menos de 18, tengo que banearlo. Es obligatorio. Es fundamentalmente una forma de proteger al canal de cualquier tipo de acusaciones extrañas que alguien estaría muy contento de hacer para hacer quedar mal a un Vtuber masculino. Y es una forma de proteger a la propia persona joven para que no haya el riesgo de que alguien le quiera mandar un mensaje extraño o alguna cosa así. Y además no puedo hacerme responsable de lo que alguna persona joven vea o no vea en el canal. Existe la expectativa de que todos seamos adultos aquí. Ahora bien, nosotros no podemos controlar las acciones de los lurkers, las acciones de la gente que está simplemente mirando la transmisión. Pero tanto YouTube, Twitch y las comunidades Vtuber en general sí te consideran al autor, al Vtuber responsable por lo que se permite en su comunidad. Así que por favor entiendan que si es que permitiese que la gente haga o diga lo que quiera en el chat, si por ejemplo insultase constantemente a los de Boca River o algo así, eso sería problemas para mí, me causaría muchos problemas. Y además, si es que supiesen que permito que un puñado de chicos hablan aquí, otros VTubers van a ponerse así: oye, ¿por qué este VTuber permite que unos críos poteen en su chat? Yo no quiero estar asociado con él. Estoy seguro que va a terminar en algún drama o algo así en el futuro. Por favor entiendan que siendo un VTuber masculino tengo que cuidarme, tengo que protegerme en ciertas maneras que una VTuber femenina no necesita hacerlo. Así que de nuevo, postear aquí 18 años. Innegociable, obligatorio. Y en el caso de... Alguien preguntó en el chat en inglés, en el caso, ¿qué pasaría si es que por ejemplo fuera una cosa tipo no digas ni preguntes? O sea, sé que mientras no aclares que no tengas 18, está bien. Preferiría fuertemente que ni siquiera pienses en chatear si es que tienes menos de 18, porque eso podría después explotarme en la cara. Incluso si es que el propio crío no tiene ningún problema al respecto, ustedes tienen que tener en mente que en la comunidad de VTuber hay mucha gente que odia a los VTubers masculinos y se agarraría de cualquier tipo de rumor para perjudicar a un entretenedor masculino. Así que si es que se sabe que hubo una persona menos de 18, pueden decir una noticia tergiversada, tendenciosa, que me haría quedar especialmente mal. Y como la mayoría de la audiencia en el VTuber son hombres calentones que no tienen amistades masculinas muy bien definidas, ellos van a muy fácilmente y rápidamente asumir lo peor de un entretenedor masculino. Ok. Ojalá que comprendan eso. Ok, and thank you so much. Me llamo una persona nueva. ¿Cómo? Nuevo. ¡Wow! Shark764, grazie mille per il redeem the romantic one-liner. You know what is the most romantic word in the English language? Shark764. That is the most romantic thing in the English language. Please don't think about your words. Just, oh, thank you so much. Okay. And now, catching back on chat, and I do apologize if I don't read the whole chat. It's because it's a bit long, and I want to keep the flow going. So I will probably read a summarized version of it. Reminder that you're awesome. Recordatorio que eres genial. Suena como un desorden anoréxico porque no tienes la condición de comer solo una cada 2 días. Solo funciona si tienes por lo menos 80 kilogramos. Pero me imagino que eso es dependiente de la altura también, ¿verdad? So, that sounds anorexic. You're not in condition to only eat once every 2 days. Only worse if you're at least 80 kilograms. I think that is also very dependent on height, is it not? Like, if you are very tall, then yeah, all weight, below 80 kilograms will be pretty bad. But if you're pretty short, then maybe that isn't too bad. I heard that bone and muscle add a lot of weight. And the thing for me is that I tend to read a lot of health related news, and full disclosure, I do watch them on YouTube, so I'm not fully sure if it's like the full science, but at the same time I don't always trust what that the doctors will say, the things that are just for our benefit, right? There are a lot of things that doctors will go into like, oh no, it's no good for you. Why the fuck is the internet failing like this? Do I need to go to the ISP guy's house and fuck his sister? Does he need me to go and fuck his sister in the mouth? Because I will go and fuck his sister in the mouth with this carton of milk. You don't wanna know where I am going to place this carton of milk. Okay, excellent. Fuck me over like this again, and I'm going to empty this milk carton in your sister's ear hole. Do you understand me? Okay, well, that's... What is that? What does that even mean? Jesus. Okay. The thing with a fasting is that it really feels like the system resets, and it really feels like it has some kind of anti-aging, like health improving effect. Like the first 2 days are kinda brutal, but after that it really feels like your body adapts into something better. You know the way that I often associate it with? It's like when you make a car go into its top performance, like you make a Corvette car go at like 80 kilometers per hour or something, and that makes it so that because they have to go in top performance, they clean out any part of their system that isn't working the best. And so that, for example, like when the body has to go in its top performance, it can rely on an overabundance of fuel. Then they find and clean out any kind of cell or any kind of element, any kind of antinutrient that isn't being optimal. La forma como yo suelo sentir una ayuna prolongada es similar a como cuando un auto funciona a más de 80 km por hora, un Corvette por ejemplo, y debido a que está en su rendimiento óptimo, el auto tiene que limpiar y eliminar cualquier tipo de impureza o ineficiencia que impide que tenga su rendimiento óptimo. Y el cuerpo, cuando tiene que estar en su rendimiento óptimo, en lugar de confiar en que va a tener un ingreso regular de comida o combustible extra, encuentra y elimina o limpia cualquier tipo de célula improductiva o célula improducente o antinutriente, cualquier cosa que esté en contra de la eficiencia de la salud del cuerpo. So, like, it maybe is something that isn't fun, but it really can make you get to your top performance. Obviously, there are like other extremes. Like if you do a 40-day starving, 40-day fasting, then maybe you're not going to be doing very well after that. I had seen, not super recently, but I had seen lately a photo of those. I cannot believe I'm actually going to tell you about this, but some British soldiers that were captured during the 1940s in a Japanese camp, right? And they were being literally starved until, well, the guards were hoping that they will starve them until the prisoners went to an isekai. They were rescued like I think a few weeks before they will had actually gone and meet their maker from starving, and they look like skeletons. Okay, fine. Maybe that is an extreme. Maybe that is something that's a bit too extreme. But they were still alive. You know, they survived that. Maybe not entirely, but they did survive that. So it's a testament to how far the human body can go if you push it. And I heard the stories of a few hunter-gatherer tribes where some of the hunters, they run under the African sun for miles and miles to sustain themselves only on the blood of the animals that they were able to hunt along the way. Now, obviously, I am nowhere near as strong as those people. But technically speaking, you and I have the same genome as those people, so My point is that we can do a lot more than we initially think. And the way that I see it, if that is the only way that I can live out the life of my dreams like Mitsuise eventually was able to do, then that is just how it has to be. That is a pain or a sacrifice that I am willing to make. I don't know if that makes any sense, sorry. La forma como yo lo veo es que si es que tengo que pasar unas ayunas prolongadas de ayunas de 3 días o otra clase de grandes deprivaciones para poder alcanzar la vida de mis sueños, como eventualmente lo hizo la señorita Suisei Hoshimachi Suisei-san, lo veo como un paso necesario a lo que simplemente voy a tener que hacer. Y por más doloroso que sea, por más incómodo que sea, es inútil estresarse por cosas que van a pasar inevitablemente. Así que no queda otra cosa que aceptar el fatalista sentido de la misión, lo cual te depriva de todo miedo. No escribí yo eso, o sea, es de un diario. Okay, so now going back here, I just feel you're seeing it too much as men and women being different races, beings, and even from different planets. But you'd be surprised if both genders can have the same personality. One moment, please. I need to reply to a message. Sorry, just one little moment here. Just another person with problems, because that's what women Jesus, Agonis. That is what women bring to my life. Another woman, another problem. Oh my god, my favorite sexist BFE streamer, Agonis da Buonarroti. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. Our God is marching on. John Brown's body is a moldering in the grave. John Brown's body is a moldering in the grave, but his soul is marching on. Da, 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 da. Bring out lightning from his terrible Swiss word. Da, da, da. He's going to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, but his soul is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. But his soul is marching on. Fun fact about the Battle Hymn of the Republic, el himno bélico de la República. So, Battle Hymn of the Republic was rewritten from the really popular song at the time, John Brown's Body. during the height of the Civil War. Did you see the coffee page? I will see it in a bit. My apologies. And sorry that I'm not saying like the kind of thanks that I should be saying. By the way, Sponta. It's simply that I had like so many things on the head and like handling distracted by a bunch of things. But I will also like give a more proper thanks in the near future. I really do appreciate it. I am actually like way more moved than I might initially seem. It's simply that the internet for some reason is deciding to give me a lot of problems again. So I also have to check that out. Okay, I'm going to reduce the bitrate for a moment because the bitrate is becoming really unstable. And let's see if that helps. So, the writer of the lyrics, I just don't remember the name right now, sorry. She was herself a profound abolitionist, and she was tasked to make the song of John Brown's Body into something with more palatable lyrics. So she wanted to associate the efforts of the Union, of the abolitionist movement of the Union, with associating it with the righteous cause of the Christian God. So that's why a lot of the lyricism and imagery of battle heading of the Republic has that kind of like Christian revelations kind of symbolism. Like he went to battle where the grace of wrath and stored. He took out his sword of justice, etc., because they really wanted to associate the abolitionist efforts of the United North as the holy cause of God. And you know that a line which I think everyone loves, as Jesus died to make men holy. Wait, there's a grace, there's a beauty in his bosom that transfigures you and me. And as Jesus died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. Or also, let us fight to make men free. Supposedly, Abraham Lincoln actually cried when he heard those lines for the first time. And it really is amazing. It really are some really evocative lines, aren't they? Like, it genuinely is one of the most beautiful pieces of, we can call it classical or historical music, you know. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. Our God is marching on. I am sorry that I didn't do any justice to it. So, glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Our God is marching on. What is another one? Ta 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 ta. Orders came for roll call. Ta 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 ta. My lily of the lamplight, my very own Lily Marlene. One more. I'm sorry. One more. We'll meet again. Don't know when, don't know where, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Just keep smiling through, just like you always do. And I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Okay. I do apologize for that musical interlude. It seems that I am actually going to insert a full carton of milk on ISP Man's sister. I'm gonna make a poll on chat. Where do you want me to insert a carton of milk on his sister? Like, do you want the ears, the nose, the or where? At this point, I am willing to insert it. Okay, I really shouldn't say things like that. That's probably a bit you freaking what is up with those beat rate drops? Okay, clearly I'm going to have to dedicate 3 days for these morons to chase these morons to going to work, and I am not really like trying to mentally prepare to have an absolute flip out at the store, because that is the only way that some stupid people get things done, by yelling at them. Okay. Hi, 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 hi. Belly button? On her belly button? It could be good on her belly button, I guess. Like, I guess if we just squirt all over her belly, it wouldn't really enter to her belly button, right? But it will actually be pretty good. It will be like, save me, Oni-chan! This weird 2D boy is throwing milk. It's squirting milk on my belly button. Oh no, it tickles! Ah! And then the ice speakers, no, Akunes, please, I'm going to make sure you have the bestest internet, the greatest internet of all time. Just please let my sister go. And I will be like, yeah, that's right. You better give me the best internet, 7G internet connection, or your sister's belly button gets it. Come on, get to it, milk boy. my poor FBI agent is going like, boss, can I get a reassignment, please? Pour it in the belly button and lap it out. Oh, like I drink in it, like one of those cake stands things, like when you pour beer over someone and you drink it out of them. Well, that could be a thing too. That would probably make for some really bizarre ASMR. Okay, so getting back on the chat. The thing is that, on a general sense, you are right. And if Vtubing was a quote-unquote normal culture, or if it wasn't as connected in this way to adult culture. Oh, by the way, me llamo... Oh, no, I already agree that you me llamo Shark764, grazie mille per essere tornato. I didn't miss anyone, right? No, I don't think that I missed anyone. That will be true. And that was a thing that was actually especially alien or strange for me to read or discover in Vtuber, because in South America we just plain and simply don't have this whole thing about like genders being so strongly, so powerfully segregated. It really is something more of a Asian thing, to be entirely honest. It's more of an Asian thing. In Asian societies, it is far more common for the genders to be more strongly segregated. Now, but the reality is that in Vtubing, it is like that. That, for better or worse, Vtubing isn't normal. And in a big part, because of the audience that has formed around Vtubing, the female and male talents interacting really is an unusual thing, or a thing that will actually like bother some people. And this is probably going to be a bit controversial coming from my part, but I don't know if it's necessarily a completely negative thing, provided that the people that are participating in that are willful participants and don't feel forced into it. Another very important point to mention in this part is that a lot of, especially for the case of a lot of female entertainers, if they don't want to collab with men, it is not just the fear of what their audience is going to say or anything like that. It is because they themselves had really bad experiences with with anime men, and they just don't want to go through that again. Or, for example, they had enough bad experiences with men in general that they just don't want to go through that again. And in combination with the center man movement, it is perfectly understandable that they want to have their own space, free from what maybe they fear will be the influence or control of a man. I do not think it will be controversial to say that throughout history, men have been pretty mean to a lot of women. So I understand if a lot of women want to have their own space separate from the influence of guys. And is it unfair for the guys that do it right, for the men that do want to do things right? Maybe, I don't know. But it is the reality. And maybe it is something that is just as unfair as the fact that I cannot go out and walk around my city at 2 a.m. But it is the reality that people had to contend with. So yeah, in other cultures, in other environments, in other places, yeah, we shouldn't be treated like male and woman as if they were people from other places, from different planets. But in VTubing, things are different. And if I might be so bold as to make a personal observation or suggestion, men can also benefit significantly from not interacting with a lot of female VTubers, because it really does protect them enormously against the potential of any sort of drama. Not necessarily a drama caused by the female VTubers themselves, but maybe because of the kind of problems that the people around them or their audience are liable to cause. I will never have to worry about a stalker weirdo coming to hate watch me because I happen to do one collab with his Oshi or anything like that. Never will I have to worry about a female VTuber doctoring DMs and make it seem like I said something that I didn't or anything like that. And it's, if my experience with helping and assisting women has taught me anything, is that a woman who knows what they are doing can really fuck you over. Women can really hurt a man in ways that men don't even think about. I'm just saying that. I'll just say that. You're one of the few male VTubers when I actually like. Seriously? Thank you so much, Shark. I actually am so happy to hear that. Thank you so very much. If you don't mind me asking, I always like to do a bit of market research when it comes to that. So, if it is okay to ask, what is the thing about me that you like, which you feel other male VTubers don't do as much? Like, what is the thing that makes me different from the average male VTuber? For example, do you like the fact that I am relatively more say-so, or do you like the fact that I don't really do a lot of the come here, baby girl, thirst trap boys or something of the sort? Or do you, for example, like the kind of conversations and games that we pick on here? I am really interested, but if you don't want to like write it in detail right now, it's totally okay. I also completely understand. The voice, huh? Well, I suppose I do have a very gentle voice. Right now, I am. Grazie, amici. I am not really trying to do the character voice because I have been having a very hectic couple of days, so I haven't been able to focus too much energy into the proper voice acting of the character. But even when speaking normally, I guess I do tend to have a much softer voice than a lot of men. Okay, so we are having this kind of bizarre instability 3 more times, and I'm going to have to talk with the ISP. This is plain and simply unacceptable. I really don't know what the problem is now. Also, Half-Life. Yeah, I do notice that you tend to post a lot more in Half-Life. I do assume that must be one of your favorite games. No need for the character voice, your normal voice is fine. Also, grazie mille per essere tornata, Petra. Miss Petra, grazie, grazie. Thank you, thank you. Also, since Miss Petra is here, I would also like to ask, only if you want to answer, of course, what it is that makes me, and I assume Mr. Shinri, different from the typical male VTuber? What is it that makes you want to watch the both of us more than other entertainers? Is it the voice? Is it the game selection? Is it the topic selection, etc.? I'm just curious. I am sure that you were checking out the new outfit that Shinri got recently, right? The one with the really tight shirt, like the one that really shows off his torso. He looks really cool there. He actually looks so cool. And it's funny, I don't know if at the time that Advent debuted, they were hoping that Shinri will be like the Holo Stars box Akuma. And for a bunch of reasons that didn't quite happen, even though Shinri's voice is pretty similar to that of Box, I feel Shinri just doesn't really have the kind of Tumblr sexy man attitude that Box did, right? And also Box is way more theatrical. You can tell that man loves to act. And Shinri just plain and simply isn't that. But it still is good that Mama Shinri ended up developing his own really dedicated niche. From what I understand, Shinri's audience might not be like massive, really big, but they are very dedicated to him. At least that is always the impression that I get from them. The few times that I check a Shinri stream, it really felt like a hangout for relaxed millennial people. Shinri Tangent. Wait, I need to enter here. Shinra's new hair is so fluffy, it looks so pretty. It does look really nice. He does like look very cool with the pullback ponytail. It's the kind of thing that would really fit a very masculine looking character with long hair. A lot of people were saying that... One moment. Mucha gente estaba diciendo, oye, Leon Kennedy, ahora que tiene 50, se vería mejor con el pelo atado en una colita. Se vería mucho mejor con el pelo atado. Leon Kennedy, now that he's in his 50s, he will honestly look way better with his ponytail, with his hair pulled back. Not the classic hairstyle. No con el estilo de pelo clásico. I'm sorry to say it, Leon, but you're in your 50s. You're a bit too old for that haircut. That's what people say, okay? Not my words. Lamento decirlo, Leon, pero ya tienes 50. Estás un poco muy viejo para ese peinado de chico lindo. Eso es lo que la gente está diciendo, okay? No es lo que yo digo. It's not what I am saying. But okay, coming back to the thing. It's relaxing here on your streams. That is actually so flattering because I always like... I don't know if I could say that I try, but I am always super happy when people say like that my streams are relaxing because it feels similar to Miyavi-san. It feels very similar to Hanasaki Miyavi-san. And well, you people know that I really like Miyavi a lot. So to even feel compared to him, it makes me happy beyond what you wouldn't believe. I was thinking of actually dyeing my hair red. Not exactly in honor of Miyavi-san, but I was just thinking, if I dye my hair one color, I think I would like it to be red. I don't know. And maybe on a subconscious level it is kind of like kind of a tribute to Miyavi-san, because later I realized, do I want it to be red like Miyavi or a darker red? Because my hair, as you can imagine, is not like bleached blonde, and my hair is not white. Estaba pensando en teñirme el pelo de rojo, algo así como en honor a Miyavi. No exactamente en honor a Miyavi, pero quizás subconscientemente, porque me puse a pensar ¿Saben? Sería lindo teñirme el pelo de rojo, pero ¿quiero el pelo rojo como Miyabi? ¿O quiero el pelo rojo más oscuro, un rojo oscuro? ¿O que se mezcle entre mi color natural y el rojo? Like, I was wondering if I would want it to be like, sort of like a blend. Like maybe the tips are red, dark red, and the rest of my hair is my natural color. Which, vote on chat, amici. Voten en el chat. Do you think my natural hair color is blonde? Or dark hair, like chestnut hair. ¿Ustedes piensan que mi color de pelo natural es rubio? ¿O negro o de color castaño? ¿Cuál piensan que sería mi color de pelo? Which do you think is my hair color? And yes, there are people born in Latin America that have natural blonde hair, that naturally have blonde hair. Hay personas nacidas en Latinoamérica que tienen el pelo naturalmente rubio. Oh, so that's actually one of the big differences, huh? So Shinri set boundaries early, and especially he mentioned that he didn't want to be like Pox or a type of ASMR streamer, that he wanted to be something different. That's actually fascinating. I never really thought about the concept that Shinri would want to place boundaries earlier. But I guess it makes sense because you can tell, even from watching Shinri tangentially, that he just doesn't have the kind of the same attitude or personality that Box has. So he probably did want to go into a more like chill, focusing on horror stuff, focusing on the horror, on the monster ladies early on. That's fascinating. Another VTuber I follow is completely nuts for Leon. Who will it be, I wonder? I do know that Miss Crony was like really, well, I don't know if like a big fan for Leon, but she also was a bit terrified at the haircut for Leon. She also said like, I don't know about that haircut, Mr. Leon. The funny thing is that supposedly, originally the development team wanted to give Leon a different haircut, but the director actually made a poll for the female members in the staff about whether to change Leon's hairstyle or keep the classical one, and the majority voted to keep the classical hairstyle, even with the goatee. So it was the woman who chose that. It was the woman in Capcom that chose that hairstyle. It's a bit surprising, but this might be controversial. Esto podría ser algo un poco controversial, pero a mí no me parece que le queda tan mal, ¿saben? Maybe a bit controversial, but I don't get the feeling that it is too bad for him, you know? I don't really get that impression. I don't get the impression that like it looks awful. Maybe it doesn't look super great, and maybe I just didn't see Leon too up close because he probably will look weird with the goatee and looking like having such a now manlier face. But it didn't look terrible, I think. Okay. So going back on the previous chat, volviendo al chat anterior. Normally, if these were normal streamers, for example, if I was a normal Flash streamer and I did a collab with Pokimane, fat chance, right? Like, yeah, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't matter. In either gender, like they wouldn't really act weird. But VTubers are not that, and this is also an important thing to mention. There are also female fans of VTubing that don't want to see their favorite boy interacting with some random girl. Either out of jealousy, either because they don't want to see their boy getting in trouble, either because they generally don't really like female VTubers for this or that reason, but they don't like it. And their feelings are also valid. It is perfectly okay, it is perfectly understandable if they don't want to see their boy interacting with a female VTuber. I don't want to act as if they are being unreasonable, as if they are being fuyoshis, as if they are being like bad or discriminatory or anything like that. That is one thing that I want to make clear. any opinion that you might have, even if I disagree with it, you are always free to express it. Even if it is something that you feel will displease me, like for example, if someone tells to me, okay, I feel that you are not doing a lot of effort, I feel that you are being lazy, or I feel that you are not even trying to speak correctly, then you can always say it, and I'm not going to get like mad at you or anything like that. Please be assured of that. Without getting too much into a point of it, occasionally I do talk with a person that always makes it a point to quote unquote keep things real with me, that I can trust this person to always tell me what they are thinking unfiltered. It is not rare for this person to actually call me a slur. It's not rare for this person to actually call me an homosexual slur and homophobic slur. Well, it's not super common either. But it's just to give you an idea of the level of quote unquote mistreatment that I am used to. And I don't know, man. A couple times someone like once threatened to like run me over with their car and stuff like that. I am like pretty. I had built up a pretty tight height. It's just what is necessary to achieve my dream, you know? So, if part of that requires that someone calls me a bunch of really unpleasant words, or tells me to go and grill myself, or calls me a loser, or that I do things awfully, or that I'm terrible, or anything, then I am happy to go through any kind of pain that is necessary in order to achieve my goal. To be brutally honest, that is little to nothing compared to the kind of hardships that my grandparents went for. Two of my grandparents fought a war, and one of them regularly risked getting jailed and tortured to death for just for doing the right thing. But that's very much a story for another day. So someone wants to call me a bunch of mean words in DMs, someone wants to like say that I should die or anything like that. For the sake of my ancestors' memory, I do not wish to like be affected by that. Well, sorry, that was such a brutal thing to say. I am sorry. Okay, let's try to lighten it up though. But you know one great thing about Pokimane? Her feet are absolutely beautiful. And I'm sorry, I must say it, but her feet are absolutely one of the most perfect feet that I had ever seen. No wonder that she is so incredibly popular. Like seriously, it's absolutely amazing. No words can describe them. They really are the most absolutely incredibly beautiful feet that I had seen. Now, I know that a lot of people get mad about Pokimane being somewhat mean or rude or whatever. To be entirely honest, I don't really know Miss Pokimane all that much. But I will mention that on a certain level, if someone went through a few difficult routes in life, I understand that she has a nursing degree. I don't know if she practiced as a nurse for a while, which is let me tell you, a very, 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 very stressful line of work. When you experience people being stupid day in and day out, not only possibly as a nurse, but at the scale of popularity that Miss Dokibert eventually achieved, it is natural that you are going to be burned out after a certain point, and that you are simply going to get a little bit sick of some people constantly acting in stupid ways. I know that this might be a little bit of a stepping into controversy, but for example, maybe it was bad of her to say, "Oh, you're a broke ass boy that you cannot buy the cookies, then just say so." Not very nice, right? But how would you react if hundreds, no, thousands of people send you DMs about the same and the same and the same and the same thing? Or if dozens of channels on YouTube literally make their living insulting, make a living doing rude videos about you, like calling you or calling you a manipulator, or calling you I don't know, etc. Sorry, like that is going to make anyone upset. That is going to make anyone upset. And I am sorry for saying it like this, but as someone that isn't really, and by the way, thank you so much, Sponta, for the saying on wrong. I actually will also like try to think of how I can thank the person properly, because I'm probably going to cry when I see it from gratefulness. Sorry, I know that it probably seems like I am being non-emotional. I am just trying to like keep a bit guarded about it, but just know that I really do appreciate it. Not just feeling badly, which of course you are going to feel like really hard to know that so many people like want you to leave the internet, that they want you to die. We can be honest, a lot of people probably do tell Pokimane that they want her to die. And in the case of a woman, we also have to keep in mind that she probably does get a lot of really, really, really creepy things on DM. And how many letters do you think that she receives about weirdos doing like weird, suspicious fantasies about her? Like genuinely, how many people do you think send messages to her about how they want to fuck her violently? Imagine what that will do to a person. I probably shouldn't be saying all this, but do you, Amici, remember when that poor person they probably just had a bunch of mental issues, I don't think that they were bad, started saying all that weird stuff about Sandra during the Half-Life 2 stream? I didn't want to say this openly at the time for obvious reasons, and I don't think this person will do something like that, but maybe it is because I occasionally watch a few movies like Hostel or stuff like that, really violent, really raw stuff. I couldn't stop thinking a little bit of, okay, this person just was drunk, she had a schizophrenic episode or anything like that. But what if this person knew where I live? What if this person actually wanted to what if this person thought that she was going to be happier if I was a pet in her basement or anything like that? I don't even know if they're a woman or anything. What if this person had like some violent fantasies about doing something to me or anything like that? And I am a guy, I am a male. That is something that is extremely unlikely, not just because I am sure that this person lives in another place. I still remember one of the days where I saw someone on Reddit that said like they were an incredible fan of the audios and that they liked it so much. Oh wow, I'm so happy, thank you. And out of curiosity, I checked their profile, and one moment. They posted in some of their subreddit, hey guys, check out my knife collection. Hey guys, check out my gun collection. Oh. Oh god. Obviously they were a good person. They were not ever going to do anything, of course, but it was a bit surprising, that's for sure. And I had a friend, well, acquaintance, we were in the same Discord group, that was also like an ASMR artist, like a really cool male for female actor. I actually always thought that his acting was really, really cool. And he was an incredibly nice person, but you could tell that he was like a very, very, very masculine and very proud of it individual. Like he openly had his lumberjack tools, he had his, I think that he had guns, I'm not very sure, and he had like a decorative and ornamental sword and that kind of stuff. And one thing to keep in mind is that I think a lot of people are going to assume that a lot of those guys that are like super, super beefed up, that look super muscular or anything like that. They are going to have like certain particular opinions about about feminism or political issues or anything like that. But from what I understand, there are a lot more highly masculine guys, men, like muscular, strong guys, or like maybe even working enforcement, security, the military, etc. That think kind of similar to Hassan Piker than you think. Not all of them are like overtly on the right wing. A lot are, but why are we getting into this topic? Holy moly, Alchemist, you really need to control yourself with the tangents. And even some of them that are actually, for example, on the right wing, they do so with certain limitations. I know a lot of people that I see, for example, in a special forces channel that I visit from time to time, and I know this is going to like surprise a lot of people, but I had sometimes been so moved by the figures of John Brown and this U.S. soldier that, you know, the one man that volunteered to go to fight without a rifle in World War II. I just don't remember the name. I have occasionally, very briefly, flirted with the idea of joining a volunteer force, of joining some kind of military enforcement, maybe not so much as a soldier, but to assist with civilian relief or, you know, to help people. I wanted to be a police officer once, but I don't know, I feel I am fussy. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Too much of a fussy for that. And I don't know if I will ever do it. I think I'm just too afraid that just being the way that I am, I will get way too bullied by my comrades if I ever try to do it. Someone actually once told me you should try being a firefighter once, and I don't know about that. I don't know. I just feel I am too much of a pussy. Okay. Well, we should really try not to go too much into that tangent. The point is that even if Miss Pokimane was fitted absolutely beautiful, by the way, 10 out of 10 feet, doesn't always add in the nicest way possible, I think we need to keep in mind that dealing with the kind of guys that are a mainstay of a lot of streamer culture will make anyone into a jaded person. So it is important to see it in that context. But again, I am not super familiar with Miss Pokimane. I just get a bit of it makes me sometimes a bit uneasy when so many of the woman is lebat type of channel get ranting on about Pokimane day in and day out. Or well, I guess in some way they love Pokimane. They wouldn't know what to make a video about if it weren't for her. Okay. I do apologize that I am speaking so loosely, by the way. I should try to speak more professionally as a Vtuber, and day by day I am being more convinced that I should save this kind of more controversial topics for a secondary channel. And if I cannot keep my mouth shut as Icon is in here, then I think it is even more important for me to do that secondary channel so I can say all of that stuff somewhere else. I understand and respect that a lot of people don't want to hear about these kinds of controversial opinions. One moment, please. So, one moment. It's not really about gender, but about the mentality. If they're women but they're not feminist, that's perfect. But if they're feminist and a gender, then they'll be toxic as AF. Well, that is more of a political perception, which I will admit I am not fully sure if I will agree with. Just to clarify, don't be afraid of ever saying a political position and having the fear that I'm going to like go off on anyone and going to like time them out automatically or anything like that. It is very important for me that I am not the sort of person that flies off the handle as soon as someone says like something. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm this, or I'm left wing, I'm right wing, I am heaven wing, I am tunnel wing, I am basement build, or anything like that. Obviously, if you come and say something like, oh wow, I hate X group, or repeal this amendment or something, I will probably take a much more proactive reaction to that. But that is because I want to protect the channel for certain types of extremism. So don't take it personally, but there are indeed certain things that you cannot say on the channel. I don't mean it so much in the case of feminism, but to give you an idea, once there was someone, and this was a very long time ago, and I'm going to be entirely honest, I didn't really like that chatter that popped in for a couple of streams and made a joke that, oh man, so this is why this country should have gotten more than one special bomb. And I don't remember if I deleted that message, but I did tell him that even if I myself wasn't personally super mega offended by that kind of language, I also had to protect the kind of people and the kind of community that was not comfortable with that type of language, and therefore I could not permit that kind of like really coarse way of speaking in the channel. So that I was kindly asking him not to say something so extreme. And they said, oh, I understand, and by the way, thank you so much for not blowing up at me when I say that. And I said, yeah, no, it's okay, I totally understand it. There are some places that are more open about speaking in a more crazer way, but the reason why people come to VTubing is because they don't want to listen to such coarse language, generally speaking. And now, getting in, I'm not a big fan of X group. X? I am sorry, sir. X? I don't know any site called X. That sounds like a very lame thing to call a site. I know Twitter though. Twitter? Yeah. Twitter, yeah. X? X, no. No, X, no. No X. Who? I am sorry, but who calls it X? Twitter was so much more iconic. Why X? X is literally the letter of the alphabet. That makes it so much more difficult to search. X. Oh yeah, you know, I'm a professional Twitter writer, but you can't say, it's not the same thing to say, oh yeah, I love doing Twitter stuff, or I'm a professional at Twitter, versus saying, oh yeah, I love X stuff, I'm a professional at X. The latter makes you sound like an X actor. Alright? No. I am not an X actor yet. Can we be clear on that? No. You need to pay me $100 for me to fuck you. By the way, just to clarify, the reason I haven't checked Coffee yet is because I had pretty strong hardware limitations on my computer, so I genuinely cannot open a browser in my computer at the same time as I'm streaming. I will have to close, I think I will need to close Vtuber Studio for a moment if I were to do that. When do we meet, honey? No. Yeah. I'm joking, okay? I'm joking. This is a joke. I'm joking. I must clarify. I'm joking. I will need to be really desperate for that. Oh my god. I don't want to get AIDS before middle age, okay? No, wait. That makes it sound even worse. No! Wait! How much did you say? $100. No! No! Ah! No! Ah! Well, okay. Anything for the iPhone, right? Oh god. By the way, it's not really the best phone. The eyes too. Oh my god. I was thinking of writing a short BL story about some boy that either ends up in detention or either needs a really big amount of money, and so he ends up selling his body to a semi is the assertive one, right? The assertive one in the yaoi pirating. The one that is mallier. Yeah, selling his body to a semi guy for like a week or something like that. Kind of like a boyfriend experience, but the idea is that the semi keeps like teasing him and making him do lewd yaoi stuff, even though the ake boy hates it so much. And part of that is, I really hate kissing this guy. Blah, I'm not into guys. Blah, but he keeps kissing him anyway, right? I just keep thinking that is something that will be fun. No, it sounds like a story based on real events. Let me tell you a story about how when I was studying art once. I was studying as an illustrator once, and actually I was made to kiss a male friend there on a dare. I never told this to anyone, but I actually kinda had a crush on the guy. But the thing with me is that I am one of those persons that maybe can have a crush emotionally on a guy, but I am not physically attracted to men at all, totally. 85%. I am 85% straight. Okay, I never think about what it would be like to be held in the strong arms of another man. Okay. I never think about that. But I lost it there, and I was told, okay, yeah, now you had to kiss him, okay? And so I look at his eyes, and there was the briefless sparkle back in his eyes that was like going a bit like, not exactly like this, not necessarily happy, but he was a bit like, oh wait, boy, is it really going to happen? And then at that moment I was like thinking, wait, no, fuck me. Jesus, fuck me in the mouth. Does he actually feel the same way too? No way. Could he like... And of course I acted out like, what? Ew, I don't wanna do it, ew. But then the gears get going like, no, come on, you promise, it's a dare. It was actually super funny because two of the gears actually were acting like seriously grossed out, seriously disgusted too, like, ew, what the fuck? No, stop that. That's so... no, ew. A few of the gears thought it was incredibly funny, and a few of them, like a couple of them, did sound like they were kinda into it. But anyways, ew, Jesus, let's just do it and get it over with, okay? Okay, bro, fine. Oh, let's just get it over with. All right. Yeah. Gross. Gross. In my head. Wait, that wasn't too bad. But in reality, gross. Never make us go through that again, okay? Disgusting. Me and him never really talk about that moment after that. And because I had to leave the academy for completely unrelated reasons, I eventually ended up losing touch with him. But I always did wonder if if he felt the same thing that I felt about it, about the kiss. I always ended up feeling so incredibly conflicted about it that, you know, I never really knew what to think about that whole situation. And even now, I am running my fingers through my lip, and I just go back to the feeling of his lips on mine. Like, they felt really, really secure and really, I don't know. I can't help but wonder if he also thought that maybe it wasn't like that bad. But the biggest thing that I must confess is part of the story is that I tried to bait out the Fuyoshis in the chat. I was convinced that Miss Petra was a Fuyoshi. I don't know why. I always thought that Miss Petra was a Fuyoshi, okay? Maybe I kinda brought the story, quote unquote, brought the story for her. I wanted to see if she would react to it. But the idea of me writing a BL, like, it's actually something that I want to try for real. It's something that I kinda want to try my hand in making, because it seems to be the kind of stuff that Oi! Who are you calling for, Yoshi boy? Time for the paddle. Sorry, but that's literally Juan reading the oi. I don't know, but I genuinely always had the Fuyoshi vibe from you. It probably is also a mistake on my part, where do keep in mind that I am a dirty, stinky boy, so I don't always understand the mind of the female fan very well. So I always assume that if a female fan, anime fan, is not a Yumeyoshi, then she is a Fuyoshi. Or maybe like she is a Himeyoshi. I do wonder actually, can a Himeyoshi, a Fuyoshi, and a Yumeyoshi exist within the same girl, within the same person? Like, I really have no idea about that. I mean, technically, even knowing that there were terms other than Fuyoshi was already kind of quite a discovery for me. Please do be patient. Silly moid learning in here. The mind of females is like the mind of males. Not quite, not 100%. I am sorry, but that is one thing in which I disagree a little bit. It's not because I want to treat women as other, as aliens or anything, but because if someone wants to appeal to specifically a female demographic, there are certain things that they should take into consideration. One thing, for example, that I tried for a long time to keep in consideration is that maybe, well, I am not as good about it nowadays, but I used to try and be pretty consistent in not including, sorry, how to say this, sexualized terminology or sexual things. I just plain and simply don't really include them. Sorry for random question, but how or when did you think I was female? Because most people then assume I'm male from my name. Petra sounds kinda like piedra in Spanish. It sounds like in Spanish it will be a very female coded name because of the A. Also, I think it was in another account that it said something like Petra Jan or something like that, and I did kinda assume, oh yeah, this person must be a female fan. A little bit also like being a Holostars fan, which admittedly Holostars, as far as male agencies go, they are the ones with the biggest male audience, and just a few other things that kinda gave me the, oh yeah, this must be a female vibe. Then again, I did think the same thing about Shark 764, and it's Shark 764 turned out to be a penis haver. He turned out to, I totally wonder, are shark dicks are shark dicks sharp? Like, can sharks stab people with their dicks? Those are the questions that keep me up at night. I do know that you are not quite able to pet a shark because they're far. Yeah, far is actually super sharp. I'm a guy. Yeah, see? Shark's a guy. He can stab people with his teeth. We have two? My female radar seems to really not work. I always thought, hand to heart, I always thought Petra was Miss Petra. My female radar seems to really not work. And it also is quite revelatory to me that I always did have far more of a male audience than I thought that I did. I will admit, part of why I enjoyed the idea of like having an 80% female audience was partly vanity of like, yeah, I mean, being a straight guy, I do like the idea that there are so many so many women watching me. But one thing that I should clarify is not that I dislike the male fandom, obviously. It is more that I want to always make this a place that is welcoming to the female audience and to the kind of things that the female audience likes. That they know that this can be a safe place for the things that they like, that they know that I am never going to add like, I don't know, like Twilight is lame, or that I'm going to go, ew, love and dead space, etc., or anything like that. And even if, for example, I am not going to understand the appeal of BL, I think that a lot of yaoi BL stuff can be pretty cute, but the physical stuff when they are kissing or doing more than that, it just kinda, I am sorry, but it kinda turns me off. Like I said, I am 90% straight, so if I see two guys kissing, it is a little bit for me. I hope you understand. Maybe that is similar to how like super straight ladies feel when they see sorry, the straight girls feel like when they see like a Yuri manga where two girls are kissing or something like that. Maybe that's something that they will feel. One moment, please. Because if there are any girls in the chat room, and by this point I'm actually questioning if there are any. Well, I can always rely on Señor Milagritos, but that is a different time. That is a different thing. Señor Milagritos es la chica residente del chat. But I do wonder where she is lately. We haven't seen Miss Milagritos for a long time now. No hemos visto a Señor Milagritos por un tiempo ahora, ¿eh? Okay, anyways. So, I had always assumed that girls were generally like at least 30-40% bisexual, you know? Like that they are totally okay with, that they are much more okay, at least compared to men, to do stuff with another girl or to be naked around another girl, or even, for example, if they had to make up with another girl to get a free entrance at the club or something, that they will be comparatively far more open to doing that, or that they will be far more open to enjoying being with another girl compared to a guy. Because do let me tell you, two guys, and at least this is my interpretation, my impression, unless they are like very openly gay, like they are something at least 70% gay, and they know it, and they know that they are not going to get beat up for it, like they literally are not going to get physically attacked for kissing each other, they are not going to kiss each other. I am sorry, but men are not into that. Just really not into that. And like I'm telling you, in certain environments, for example, more blue-collar kind of works, or for example, construction, enforcement, military, policing, etc., you just can't be seen as a hot dog enjoyer. Like, they are just really not going to respect you if they think that about you. At least that is the impression that I get. I'm sorry, that simply is the impression that I do have. So I always thought that, oh yeah, I mean, girls, like, they're always like at least like half bisexual, you know? The girls are completely okay like sleeping with each other in the same bed. They are totally okay being out on each other naked. They are like totally okay fondling each other's breasts like as a joke or something like that. Like, that's just what girls do, you know? Etc. But maybe I am being I was being a bit too corn-brained when assuming that. And by the way, if you are also wondering why I'm using far more sexual language at this point, it is specifically because I want to cast away minors. I really want to make it so that minors don't feel this is a say so no chat for them. It is simply a defense mechanism. Anyways. But maybe it is just like a corn kind of thinking. Maybe I'm just like thinking in too much corn about it. I don't know. I completely lost my train of thought. Actually, I can't believe it. That's a shame. Okay, well, anyways, but maybe women are not really that open to like doing stuff with other girls unless they are specifically more lesbian coded. Maybe that was a mistake on my part, and I do apologize. Yeah. Okay. Males do use the name Petra here, do they? That actually is really surprising. And you know, it always makes it super funny when I send a lot of really flirty messages, or not messages, sorry, chat responses to someone, to a regular chat member, and then it turns out that they are a guy. Well, like I said, I am like 85% straight, right? So then I go a bit like, typical. I was flirting with a guy. Typical. But then don't take it personally. Don't you feel bad about it or anything. It's my fault for being such a slut. So, if anything, I am the one we should be apologizing. And now I see that you're actually using the Falco disgust emote on Twitch. Good. Those emotes were good for something. That's beautiful. Okay. And part of being the character agonist, being the character that wants to serve an audience, means that I don't want to go so far as to say that Alconist doesn't have autonomy in choosing the gender of the audience he's going to cater to. That is to say, even if the person behind Alconist is straight, if people to support you want you to do male for male stuff, then there is an expectation for you to do that if you want to achieve your dreams. I don't want to go so far as to say that I will be forced to do something I don't want to do or anything, but I do want to make the effort to actually try and appeal to a different fan base, even in... Let me bump you from time to time. Yeah, I need to make a bond emote. I do need to make one. Even if I don't like it, I am nowhere near arrogant enough to think that I will only flirt or I will only give that kind of service to attractive woman. But again, I do want to be adamant in saying that I do want to have a female audience as a primary audience, or at least that they can always feel that they are the ones that are the most welcome and catered to. I should also say that I could probably do some things better in order to cater more to a female audience, and maybe it is, for example, the game selection, the games that I choose to play, or the words that I choose to say that sometimes unintentionally make the female audience uncomfortable, and they end up clicking off. Or maybe it is, like I said previously, that many of the female audience that would actually like my channel or content, etc., they had been so disappointed by male indies so many times that they just don't even try to look for male indies anymore. And obviously, I don't want to be rude to my fellow male indies or anything, but I occasionally check the very small male indie channels, um, people that will be one views, etc., low one views. And I am sorry for being so blunt, but I can 100% understand why a lot of the female audience wouldn't want to touch those channels with a 10-foot pole. And unfortunately, because of my small number of concurrent viewers and a small number of subscribers, of channel size, etc., I cannot quite blame people that are passing by to assume off the bat that I am like one of those 20 other channels that keep saying how Love and Despair is so lame, how Fujos are so crazy, or how Niji Sanji is le bad, etc., etc. So I cannot blame them too much because I understand that a lot of other male indies had worked pretty hard in giving us a very bad reputation amongst the female audience. I'm sorry. I know that I am probably speaking in a really blunt way, but because of the things that I had seen in the male indie sphere, I understand why there are not a lot of women watching VTubing, and I also perfectly understand why there are not a lot of women watching VTubing, considering the behavior of a lot of the more popular VTubers or the things that are more prominent about the VTuber community. I know that I say this a lot about Reddit virtual YouTubers, but seriously, if a prospective female fan just check the front page of Reddit virtual YouTubers, it will be totally understandable if they felt there was nothing in between for them. It's very, 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 very male gathering in a way that almost actively scares off a female audience. I'm sorry that I am being so blunt. I guess it's just the kind of all of the stresses that I went through in December, the enormous heartbreak that I faced in December, that is making me be a bit more open and blunt. So I will try and check coffee in Buy Me a Coffee. Woman. Literally sipping coffee. I am literally going to drink my coffee now. Grazie per il headpad, Petra. Grazie, grazie. Now, would you like me to keep calling you Miss Petra, or just Petra, or any other term? Also, do remember that you can tell me what would you like me to call you. If you would like me to call you Miss, I will call you Miss. If you would like me to call you His Magnificence, I will call you His Magnificence. If you want me to call you Master or Owner, then I can call you that too. Literally any kind of title that you want me to call you, no matter how embarrassing it might be. If you want me to call you that, then I can call you that. Obviously, I am not going to call you something that goes against the terms of service or anything like that. But again, if you want me to call you Owner, Master, Miss, Mister, Lord, Magnificent, whatever, I can do that. You just need to tell me, oh yeah, please to call me Amazing Petra or something like that. Okay, just one moment, Amici. I'll be back soon. call me anything you are comfortable. I don't mind. Okay. And so, um, I don't know why I'm blushing so much at saying just Petra. It just feels like it's so casual, right? And it's funny because in Latin America, the norm is to be casual. Like the normal thing is casual. We don't say stuff like, oh, Mr. Altair, oh, Miss Mori, how are you today? Or for example, like it won't be like in Japanese that we will say, ha, Taniga-san, um, 今日は元気? Which I don't think you will actually tell to a CEO like that, like, oh, hey, happy today? But I don't know. Yeah. No, we will say something like, hey, Motoaki, ¿cómo estás? Un gusto. Oh, un gusto, jefe. ¿Qué tal? Hola, Mari. We will use just the first name, but I have always been a bit more reserved than that, you know? So, I am sorry that I am catching back on chat. I am simply like trying to, the thing is that Sponta made a lot of very interesting points on here. I am trying to gather my thoughts. Okay, so first I'm going to say the Holostar thing, then I'm going to like talk a little bit on the Sponta points, and then I'm going to try and close Vtuber Studio for a bit, and I'm going to check the either buy me a coffee or Tron. And I'm going to try to prepare mentally so that I don't cry. Alright, but I'm going to be so thankful, I am sure. I am probably going to be moved by the point of tears. Okay. Well, no, let me get back to the Sponta chat first. Realistically, how much money will you need to leave that country? The thing with leaving the country, to be entirely honest, it is something that I have been thinking from time to time. A lot of people are sadly forced to leave to see better opportunities for my country. But it is more a matter of family. Not just me being emotionally dependent on my family, but there are certain acquaintances and members of my family that I am not fully comfortable living alone. So a big part of why I am not as active as I would like to be in VTubing is because, from what I understand, this is just to name one person, and I'm sure that everyone else also does it. There are two female VTubers, like really big ones, that can outsource a lot of their daily upkeep to other people. I guess I can just say the names to avoid the sense of mystery. Mrs. Shy Lily and Miss Matarakan. So that they can focus 100% on streaming, right? For a lot of people, I am sure, but especially for me, that just isn't the case because I am the one that helps to a great deal to take care of my residents. And when, for example, this person had a Minhera episode, she knows that I am there for her. Unfortunately, or when, well, you know, I make great efforts not to include the people behind Alconius, but when the person who gave birth to me, my mother, needs help with something, I am the first line of defense, like the first person that goes to help her. And I become considerably worried if I were to leave to another country. Who will be there to make sure that she is safe? Who will be there to make sure that she is okay? Not that I had ever been like a very useful person. I actually regret having never been born and been. I think my mother's life would have been so much better if I had never been born, but that's another thing. But I do worry if she live alone. Will she be okay? Will the house be in need of something, will the house be very dirty or something like that? Not because she doesn't care necessarily, but because there are a lot of things that she just plain and simply doesn't quite notice when things start going wrong. And usually I am the one that discreetly takes care of one issue before it turns into something bigger. So it is not just a matter of me being able to live, which effectively at this point right now I am not able to live, mainly because of the really big debts that I have. If I had to throw a number, I don't know. God. $3,000. I think $3,000 will be something that will free me completely. Yeah, I'm sure completely from the debt. And I would probably be able to start thinking about either moving or setting up a base of operation in a neighboring country, one that actually will have PayPal. And yeah, things might go a lot better. But it is not just a matter of funds, but rather it is a matter of decision. I don't want to leave my family alone. Muy resumido en español. No es solamente sobre si tuviese o no los fondos necesarios para ir a otro país. No quiero dejar a mi familia, especialmente a mi progenitora, a mi madre, ya que aunque yo siempre he sentido que fue un desperdicio en la vida de mi madre, hay varias cosas en las que yo me encargo o me fijo para que nuestra residencia esté limpia, esté sana, o prever o en encargarme de que ciertos problemas no pasen a mayores. Cosas que quizás mi madre no siempre nota, pero que están realmente ahí. Así que realmente me preocupo sobre qué sería, especialmente de mi madre, de otras personas también, pero especialmente de mi madre, si es que yo no estuviese en el país. Quizás, ya que la persona preguntó, creo que sería algo así como $3,000 estadounidenses para deshacerme completamente de toda la deuda. Y, perdona, un momento. Empezar a tener los medios financieros para pensar en establecer una base operativa en un país fronterizo que sí tenga acceso a PayPal. Pero la idea de mudarme a otro país no es solamente una cuestión de posibilidad financiera, sino de que yo me siento un tanto responsable sobre la vida de algunas personas aquí en este país. Y me preocupa mucho pensar en qué pasaría de estas personas si no estuviera nadie aquí para cuidarlas. There are also a bunch of other people that I kinda take care of in my country in here, and I do worry quite a lot about what will happen with these people if I wasn't there to take care of them. For better or worse, and generally I think for the worse, much like my ancestors, I am someone that cares kinda deeply when other people need help, and I end up getting myself involved in helping them, even though that ended up biting me in the more often than not. So that's why I know that I now read the other message of living alone and then work from outside to help the family. But the thing isn't so much funds. It's like I mentioned, it's not so much money that will be the issue, which I don't know if it will be so practical that I don't know if nowadays you can just go to another country and make money there and send remittances. Things are a bit more difficult in that sense nowadays. But it is more the fact that my mother will have someone here to help her, to be next to her. That when she sends the car to a repair shop, the technician, the repair guy, sees that there is a man with her, and he knows that he can't just make up whatever quote he wants to make. No es tanto los fondos, sino que físicamente estar ahí para mi madre, para que cuando, por ejemplo, llevamos el auto a que sea reparado, reparador de autos vea que hay un varón, un hombre al lado de ella, y entonces él ya asuma o por lo menos sepa que no puede sacarse cualquier precio que él quiera de la nariz. That someone will call him out on it. That people that ask for money all the time know that there is a guy in this person's house, and that if they try to enter and take something, that I will at least try to stab them 3 times before they kill me or something like that. Para que sepan que aquellos, esas personas que piden mucho dinero, que se quieren aprovechar de una señora mayor, de una persona, sepan que hay un chico en la casa y que intentaré por lo menos apuñalarlos 3 veces antes de que me maten. Si es que intentan robarse algo de aquí. Obviously, that is like a very extreme thing, but you know what I'm talking about. So it is not so much the matter of money, but someone being there with her. And yeah, I might not look it, but I will fight for my life. Pew! Punch! 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 I wanted to study Jeet Kune Do, the martial art developed by Bruce Lee. I used to be kind of a big fan of Bruce Lee, you know? Worthless? No! You're wonderful with this relaxing. Oh, thank you. Okay. I think that should be enough for this part. Okay. Reminder that you're awesome. Now I'm going to try and check the coffee. I'm going to try and do it with my other monitor first, and I'm going to emotionally prepare. Okay, no crying. I'm gonna bring some water first. Gracias por el headpad, thank you. Okay, thank you for the headpad. If I cry, I apologize for being so over emotional. Sorry. And if I don't cry, I also apologize if it seems that I'm being cold. It's just... please note that I am extremely grateful. No matter the amount of money, if it's 2, 3, 5, 10, $20, more than that, etc. It is such a new thing, and I had never been used to someone being so generous to me that I don't know how to process that emotion. To clarify, I have occasions where people gave me tips once in the past, or for example when a friend helped me, but the specific context of someone donating to me to the worthless, poor, rack wearing, or at least I assume that people outside of Latin America assume that I live in a cardboard house. Um, boring, boring me that doesn't even had his own Vtuber model. It really is something that is so amazing to me that I don't know how to put it into words. So, beforehand, I apologize if I don't know how to react. Let's try on here first. I should be able to check the video description should have my links. Let's check the coffee first. Or wait, no, I don't think that coffee is going to tell me. Oh, someone did do a donation through coffee, huh? Unfortunately, I don't think I can see the amount in the history. Oh! Grazie, pensiamo. Ok. Pensiamo. Grazie mille per ser member. Thank you so very much. Like, okay, no. I really have, you had no idea how much I appreciate it. This really is like a Christmas miracle. Thank you so very much. You know, after no, it's not anything upsetting. These are tears of happiness. Thank you so very much, actually. Oh god, thank you so much. No, you know the reason I'm crying? It's actually not because of something as is. I feel some time ago, a person that I was talking about said something really, really rude to me, and I kept thinking after all the things that they said that maybe it was true that no one could ever love me or appreciate me. That I would just spend the rest of my life being something ignored and forgotten, and the only thing that I could like hold on to was the concept that I will try to make art, novels, creative works, or anything like that. I didn't think that anyone will ever like me, and or care about me, and to know that you did that for me is like I thank you so very much. Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Muchas gracias de verdad. De todo corazón, gracias. Gracias, 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 gracias. Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if it seems too much. And I'm being too much. I do apologize. I do hope that I'm not being too much. Sorry. But I am so happy. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I am so happy I could dance. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't help but wonder, is this a portion of what Miyavi-san feels? When he sees that so many people believe in him month after month? Is this a portion of what my Kamiyoshi feels? When she sees that so many people always say that they love her and will do anything for her? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I seriously don't know, like I can't find the words to thank you. And I also do apologize if I said something very extreme or very uncomfortable or anything like that. I had simply been dealing with so much stuff. And gracias por el headpad. Thank you so much for the headpad. You didn't make today more enjoyable with your screen. Thank you so much. I never mentioned this, Petra, but I used to work an office job in the past, and I personally know how long the day can get sometimes if you don't have something keeping you company. And I am glad that I can be that for people that are hard at work doing the things they have to do in the office, responding to the emails, taking care of the Excel files, or preparing the meetings, etc. It really means a lot to me. Everyone works so hard, and I really am glad that I can be a space for of relief for that. And I hope that I can work even harder for you, Amici. Thank you so very much. um, I sorry, I really can't find the words, but yeah, right. A coffee, the buy me a coffee. It's in a way a fortunate coincidence that you bought a membership on Buy Me a Coffee because I was actually starting to think, and this was one of the goals that I was setting myself for in this year. Um, that sorry, that I want to try and expand efforts from beyond the YouTube channel of Alconis. So, for example, I want to do more things for the coffee membership. I will, for example, I am, for example, planning on making exclusive audios, safe for work audios on Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee, it can't be like not safe for work stuff. This is the bot, right? Yeah, okay. Do let me know if I accidentally deleted one of your messages or anything like that. I only really delete bots because Twitch requests it, essentially. So if I misclick or something, please do let me know. Anyways, they have to be safe for work audios in Buy Me a Coffee. They cannot be not safe for work stuff. Or making other content depending on what the people that like the membership will like. I don't know if, for example, like something written or updates on a project that we had going on, etc. But the heart of it is that I want to expand from just the YouTube channel to, for example, the membership place, the buy me a coffee, the throne, type command legends for a list of available commands. I want to post videos on another non-YouTube and non-Twitch site, by the way. Not Kick, because Kick has too much of a negative reputation, I think, for people. And unfortunately, Rumble probably has the same problem, it just has too much of a negative reputation. But how do people feel about Odyssey? I don't think that place is too controversial, right? Where I will probably post more roommate type of stuff. Maybe not so much as Alconis, but where, for example, I talk more loosely about certain historical topics or things like that. But essentially, like, oh yeah, I'm posting some stuff for the fansly too. Essentially, expanding to other avenues of content creation. I will still be mainly and primarily a Vtuber, obviously, but try to not keep myself to only that, if it makes any sense. And of course, if you are going to be an online creator, nowadays you just can't put all of your eggs in one basket, like the YouTube channel can be demonetized in an instant for no good reason. So it's always important to have a good membership site established. I originally thought I couldn't have a Patreon because of the no PayPal thing, but maybe I can have a Patreon link and I use an intermediary for PayPal. Like, I don't know if that is, for example, a good option to have. By the way, as what I did see the message about saying that we could chat on Discord after the stream. I probably can stop by for like some 30 minutes, but admittedly, fantasies couldn't be me. What was that about? Sorry, because I am like, so I have so many things in my head that I am like a little bit dizzy. I don't want to like spend too much time talking about it in detail, but I also had oh, by the way, I do apologize that I don't say thanks for the specific amount, Meshamu. It's because seeing here outside of my not log into my account, I don't see the amount that was donated. So I just saying thank you so very much. Like I really appreciate it. My apologies for that. I oh dear, I completely blank out actually. What was I going to say? I completely blank out. Amici, what was I saying before I blank it out? Oh yeah. That I had a lot of things going on. So for example, I was more seriously thinking of going to. It's not really called panhandling on the street, right? Because panhandling is when you straight out just ask people, please, good sir, give me some good coin. Please, sir, give me some coin. I think that you call it busking on English when you go and play an instrument and then you leave a hat. And so if people want to donate, then you go and they just give you a few coins, a few dollar bills, etc. And yeah, thank you so very much. Which, by the way, because I love the musical arts, whenever I see one of those people, regardless of their musical ability, I always try to leave like $1 or $2 or the equivalent of $1 or $2 in when I see them around. I always really appreciate buskers, and I want to seriously try to start doing that to avoid toxic concerns. Oh yeah, it's busking if you're performing. Sí, es busking si estás tocando instrumentos. I can't quite say the specific songs, but I had loved playing music since I was very tiny. And actually, I'm a bit curious about this. Can we? No, it has to be like a little bit. No, a bit here. No, it doesn't quite look there. It looks worse. It looks horrible. It looks horrible. Okay, but since I was very small, I always enjoyed playing music. So that will be a good opportunity to play a lot of music, and maybe, for example, I can add a little improvised jingle when someone donates a bit of money while I am playing the music. Without getting too much into it, you can actually, even while you're doing like strumming on your guitar to play a chord, there is a way that you can actually strum in a specific way so that the guitar pick makes one specific string sound much louder than the others, and in that way you can do a melody while you're also strumming a guitar chord. It's something that, for example, George Harrison does a lot in Here Comes the Sun. And by the way, I need to buy myself a capo so that I can play a few songs. For example, Here Comes the Sun or Wonderwall. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me, 'cause after all, I'm your Wonderwall. But no singing. At least here in my city, I practically never see a busker singing. I think there is kind of an unspoken agreement that people don't want to hear you sing when you are doing busking. It's instrument only, which for me is totally okay. It will also help me in the sense that people wouldn't go like, you will be surprised, Amici, but apparently a lot of people that watch me, even though I almost always speak in English, are actually watching from my country. I don't know why. Ustedes se sorprenderían, Amici, pero aparentemente mucha gente que ve mi canal ven desde mi país. No tengo idea de por qué. Incluso cuando no hablo muy regularmente en español, tengo mucha gente desde mi país que están viendo, que ven los videos, las transmisiones, etc. I had a lot of people in my country that are like watching the streams, etc. And that is actually something that really surprises me, because in my country, do keep in mind that my country is very bastante machista, very sexist. So I imagine that at least for the guys in my country, I must come across like a raging homosexual. I'm sorry, but I do. It was common actually for people in one of my office jobs to call me the gay slur in when they thought I wasn't listening. Well, it wasn't quite to that extreme, but they often did joke about me being homosexual. That was not fun. That wasn't really a lot of fun. It's much better now that I don't really have coworkers, so I don't really have to deal with that as much. And I always assume that the ladies in my country also assume that I am homosexual, but that doesn't really seem to be quite the case. All right. Jesus, the kind of things that we are saying today. We are the shortest string of all time, isn't it? Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting is certainly a way to put it. Mm. But yeah, there are some people from my country that do watch the channel, so it's better if I don't sing too much or I don't talk too much, for example, so people can go, wait, doesn't doesn't this voice sound kinda familiar? Which, by the way, if you're curious, that is a big part about us to why in the Japanese Vtuber scene it is far more common for people that do VTubing to be fully in character voice 100% of the time, so that they try to be so different that they will not even be recognized if they spoke normally in the street, because typical. Obviously, we all know, we all imagine that someone like Miss Pecora doesn't actually speak like that IRL. But even someone that seems to have a more, let's say, normal voice, like, I don't know, Hosho Marin-san, she does talk completely different when off stream. For them, it is an identity protection measure, so that they don't get found out. Hold on, wait, huh? I'm checking Throne now, and what? Did the medical debt thing get? What? Bro, I. Okay. Um, I'm not going to cry. I assume that Yamichi wouldn't want me to cry, but okay. First of all, thank you so much. I I don't think I'm ever going to be able to forget about this type of generosity. As long as I live, I genuinely, you changed my entire year. Um, uh, Obviously, here watching Trump from outside, I had no idea who donated. I think at least that someone donated. Um, but seriously, thank you so very much. I I had no words. I. It's okay to cry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You literally saved my life. It's not. It's not really just a donation amount, but just having someone be so nice to me after everything that happened. It's. I was abandoned by some of the people that I admired the most. It's not an Alcon instinct, it's something else. And I genuinely thought that life was going to be so darker now, that things were going to be so difficult. And never now has been more poignant the reminder that you are awesome. Because you really are awesome. Deep within you, there is that kind of charity and generosity and kindness that links us all in universal brotherhood. You had no idea how thankful I am. And like I said, I don't know what the amount of money is. That goal in Tron was like so long ago, I don't even remember what the amount was. And I never thought it was going to ever be filled. But the fact that people didn't feel it is that is thank you. I can't even let out tears. I can't even let out tears. I am just so overwhelmed. And thank you so much. That all I can say is grazie. Grazie mille, mio amico. Grazie mille, mia amica. You are heaven blessed. I know now that no matter what happens, I am always going to be so freaking happy that I had ever crossed paths with someone so generous. And please do know that I want to hug you. I want to hug you, really. You had no idea how much I love you. Not in some BFE way, not in some like overly emotional, romantic way. I love you in the most pure sense of the word. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am sorry if I'm being too much. Am I being too much? Maybe I am. Like maybe I'm just really sorry. But I seriously do appreciate it. I would like to read you a little poem of Michelangelo Buonarroti. Probably my favorite quote. Michelangelo Buonarroti. Oh, Buonarroti. A qual pietoso fonte. But seriously, thank you. It's I thank you so much. A quel pietoso fonte. Here it is. No, not translated by Google. City original. Okay. Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni. Born 1476 March. Oh, can I tell you a funny thing about il mio maestro Michelangelo Buonarroti? Apparently, him and I share the same birthday. We were both born in the month of March, and summoned onto the clouds, 1564. He actually lived a long time. Was he over 80? Yeah. 89 it will be. One moment, please. Commonly known as Michelangelo, was an Italian sculptor. Sculpting was his main craft, his main art. You could also say a little bit of architecture. Painter, yes, architect, poet, and engineer of the High Renaissance, who exerted an unparalleled influence on the development of Western art. I am also a little bit reluctant to include this point, but there is a lot of evidence to suggest that Michelangelo was attracted to men. A lot of his letters were very. A lot of letters to some men in his life had a lot of very romantic undertones to them. Here it is. A quel pietoso fonte, onde siam tutti, si assembra ogni volta che quasi vede, più che altra cosa alle persone accorte. Wait, one more. A quel pietoso fonte, onde siam tutti, si assembra ogni volta che quasi vede, più che altra cosa alle persone accorte. Translation. I'm going to use the more direct one. Like this one is maybe not as musical or as poetic, but this is the most direct translation of the Italian. And I know like 50% of the Italian in the original quote. That fount of mercy, aquel pietoso fonte, de donde venimos todos, on the whence we all exist, from where we all come from. Se assembra ogni volta che quasi vede, se asemeja cada o toda belleza que aquí se ve. Resembles every beauty, se assembra ogni volta, that you can see her here on earth. Más que cualquier otra cosa, o más que otra cosa. More than anything else, più che altra cosa. To alle persona corte. To knowing persons, to persons with discernment. I don't know if the point actually makes like too much sense and translated out of the kind of hyper-religious context. Well, not hyper-religious necessarily, but hyper-cultural context that this will like happen in the High Renaissance. But essentially, what he means there is that to that fountain of mercy, that is to say, divine creation, from which all of life, knowledge, virtue, and reason comes from. You can see a reflection or a shimmering or a light of that within every piece of great or everlasting art. And there is a current of thought, I don't know if in Catholicism necessarily, but in a lot of religious thinking, that the greatest works of human achievement, that is to say, the greatest works of artistic creation of all of human history, the Ninth Symphony, for example, or La Capella Magna, have like a sort of copy or a preservation in the Louvre of the clouds, in the Louvre of heaven, and that there is a bit of the divine sparkle, the sparkle of divinity in the greatest artistic works all around the world. Maybe on some level you could say that every bit of art has that too, but this is something that is especially said so of the greatest works of human achievement, such as La Estatua de la Pietà, the Statue of Mercy, or La Estatua de David in Italy. And I think the fact that you were so incredibly kind and so incredibly generous, Meshamu, and the person that donated on Throne, is also an example of that divine spark. And it really is something that I genuinely believe. I don't just say it when I write out that about I want you to see the beauty that lies in yourself, or that there is an eternal light within you. That is something that I genuinely, wholeheartedly believe. So, thank you doesn't feel like nearly enough, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Grazie davvero. I love you, amici. Okay, so okay, well, that was very emotional. I'm going to drink a little bit of water, and I'm going to be thinking about the about the next topic of conversation. Oh, thank you so much. You're very welcome. Oh, thank you so very much. And I truly do wish to repay you for that kindness. So I will probably try and make a poll also on the Buy Me a Coffee account to ask what is the kind of things that the patrons or that the supporters would like to see in the Buy Me a Coffee and also in the channel. I don't know if, for example, they will prefer like an ASMR, if they will prefer some kind of video essay, because I plan to do more video essays in the future, or what is the kind of content that they will like, because to me it really means a ton that people went and donated so much. I used to work a bunch of physical jobs and a bunch of office jobs, and I value enormously that people make a donation, because people's efforts are worth something. And if you were so incredibly generous as to go and do the kind of work that you did in an office as a blue collar work, maybe some people are even police officers. I am sure that, for example, in the case of the girls, a lot of the people that support them are like members of the military, the police, etc. And I want to also respond in kind and give you something so amazing in return as well. No. Be that as a really amazing audio, as the kind of videos that you would like to see, etc. But just know that I really, really, really do appreciate it. Like, thank you so very much. Now, going back on a part here that I read, yeah, 2 lines that here. So, excuse me for being ignorant. No. That is how we become wiser, by asking. That is how we learn things, by asking. So, thank you so very much for asking, Petra. Which do you get more, Buy Me a Coffee or Drone? It's okay, you can share about those things. The main difference that I can see is like their function. Buy Me a Coffee is essentially a Patreon alternative, and Drone is more of a donation alternative. Sorry. As for which is the one that has more of a percentage, like has a higher fee, I will admit that I have no idea, because I never really got a donation before. If people see that there were previous donations in Drone or in Buy Me a Coffee, those are most likely donations that I myself did to make sure that you wouldn't get private information about me when you make a donation. If I'm not mistaken, Drone, for example, if you make a donation, your credit card detail will only say that you get money to the site, Drone, but will not tell you anything about the user, about Alconius. Same thing with Buy Me a Coffee. So because I never really actually got sorry, a deposit in either of those sites, I had no idea about which is the one that has a lower fee. And of course, Drone and Buy Me a Coffee had different functions. Drone is more to receive gifts, to receive direct gifts like favors from the families. Well, Buy Me a Coffee, like there is, for example, a page where you can like solicit commissions. You know, I'm a good video editor, if I do say so myself. So if you ever like need a video editor, I'm your boy. Yeah. And you can see some of the video edits that I did for video editing clips that I did for other VTubers in my channel. And you know what? Cassian Floros from First Stage Production, EN Generation 1 Avalon, liked the clip that I did about him. He liked the clip. His textual words were, "Your editing is so funny. LMAO." See? Okay. Cassian Floros liked the editing. So, that's something to be happy about. Yeah. It actually really did encourage me so much, and I tend to be pretty shy. So I'm actually thinking maybe I should actually try and tell him someday that I used to be rather insecure about the quality of my video editing, but whenever I feel a bit insecure, I remember when he was so nice to leave that comment where he said that he found my editing funny. And that always gave me so much encouragement to keep pushing on as a video editor. Like that really did saved me a bit, quote unquote. And obviously, I know that in a certain level he was being nice, that someone made a clip about him, it was a common courtesy, but it was still incredibly amazing that he went and did that common courtesy. And I really wanted to be thankful to him for that. It also helps that he is my favorite Avalon member, so that's pretty cool too. And another member that I appreciate a lot in Avalon, by the way, is Sander Netherbrand. I really like Sander. Okay, but yeah, in Buy Me a Coffee you can also like hire for commissions. I do other things aside from video editing too, and like buy digital merch and stuff like that. So Buy Me a Coffee like is kind of more ample in the services that they offer. Now you might wonder why I am using um, a Patreon replacement instead of the far more popular Patreon, which by the way, I had many experiences with people that wanted to commission me, but they only wanted to pay me by Patreon. So then I had to tell them, sorry, I can't take money by PayPal. Well, I'll go with someone else then. And then I go with, okay, I understand, sir. I'm sorry, but I understand. It typical. So that always hard. My country is one of the like 7 pieces of countries in the world that don't have PayPal access because of political stuff. So that always meant that I was always like very excluded from all of the internet financial system. Fun fact, I don't like to think about this too much, but if we had PayPal in my country, it is entirely possible that I would have started Vtubing like 4 years earlier than I did. And maybe not Vtubing specifically, but certainly content creation is something that I would have done way earlier, like, I don't know, anywhere between 3 to 6 years earlier. And man, things will have been so different. I try not to think about it too much because it really does leave me a little bit bitter. But I'm trying to cope with it. Maybe it's also the fact that I had to go through a much rugged path in life that gives me such a different perspective compared to a lot of other people in Vtubing, right? So maybe that can also be something unique that I bring to the table. At least that is one thing that I can cope with. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay, you can share about the things. No, it's totally okay. It's more that I am not very familiar with it. And fun fact, technically, I heard some people in my country also complaining that it was a bit difficult for them to get their Twitch earnings. Right now, I had amassed a total of $10 on Twitch. Like throughout the year and a half or so that I have been streaming sporadically on Twitch. Or well, I mean, I tend to have Twitch as a secondary platform. So if people actually do redeems with the, like the screen viewer attack redeem, or if they donate bits on Twitch, fun fact, you can actually donate bits on Twitch for special effects in the stream. And I want to like do more integrations like that. But okay, $10, right? When you get to $50, you can already like request a payout, but the banking system in my country is so notoriously shitty that a lot of people forewarn you that there is a good possibility that you will lose your money into transfer because the bank does something stupid and like makes your money go poof. And I know this is going to sound so bizarre to people that are not from here, but it is 100% possible that a bank just loses your money, or like they just make $50 or that belong to you just disappear just because they are that incompetent. The way that it usually happens is that because of some stupid reason, they don't recognize the the transfer as coming from a legitimate entity. And because the US has decided that we are a black company in country version, like they make it so that a lot of transfers that are from a not clear or well established source are to be treated as a suspicious thing. They actively block and return the transfer. And because Twitch plain and simply doesn't have a means to have a return to sender of a monetary transfer, the money, the $50 or whatever, just plain and simply disappears into the ether. I don't know in which person's pocket the $50 ends up in that case, but I can tell you that it won't be in mine. Now, hopefully that doesn't happen, but I have resigned myself that there's a good chance that the first 4 transfers that I have to do from Twitch will be probably lost to the ether just because of the incompetence of my country's banking system. Not to be mean or anything, but that isn't the kind of stuff that will happen to United States, a Vtuber from the United States or from Europe, you know? It sometimes feels a little bit frustrating. Just a teensy bit though, just a teensy bit. I mean, you don't have to go as far as the United States or Europe. In the Philippines, a country that has PayPal, you cannot even imagine something like that. Brazil, neither. Colombia, neither. Malaysia, no. Singapore, that's not going to happen. But it does happen in this absolute trash heap of a country. So, well, it's just the kind of thing that we have to contend with, I guess. If you're wondering how a lot of people in my country they do it, some of them have to eventually go to the point where they had to set up something like a PO box or whatever in another country, and they had to wait until they I don't know, they gather a big amount of money in their Twitch account or whatever, like let's say $200-$300, and they had to physically go to the other country and withdraw their money in the neighboring country, and then they had to go back. Itai. But that's a problem for future iconists. I will not be like gathering my Twitch earnings in a very long time. And if you're wondering, things with Throne and Buy Me a Coffee will be different because I can use I don't want to say the name, but an international banking app to transfer the money from there to from Throne to Buy Me a Coffee through that banking app, and then I can use something different. I heard that in Twitch, if you actually already place yourself as, like, if you live in, I don't know, Argentina, Twitch will only send the money to banks that are located in Argentina or PayPal. And like I said, I don't have PayPal. So I don't want to frame this as only the fault of my trash heap of a country, and there is a reason why I keep saying trash heap of a country, but I also very strongly blame Twitch for being so incredibly antiquated and unwilling to accommodate itself to the situation of people that were not blessed enough to be born in a first world country. It also is the fault of Twitch for being so unable to adapt whatever news. I'm not even saying like the AB1 codec. It's that it's not AM5, the A265 codec. Yeah, that codec is by this time now it's like 15 years old or something, and Twitch still doesn't have that. And it's not just the patents. It's not just the patents. It's not, you cannot even say that Twitch just doesn't make that much money or anything, considering that they are owned by Amazon, right? Like they should, if they really wanted to to update their servers and their infrastructure, they could do that. The same thing with a lot of sites, by the way. A lot of people, well, this is more with the kind of incels that like to poop on female VTubers when they are asking for money or stuff like that. And it's totally understandable because a lot of ladies are also tend to be stuck, like taking care of their family members and things like that. Or life simply happens. And they will tell them, oh, I mean, why don't you get a job or something? Well, in my case, I actually tried to get a job, but unfortunately, because of a no PayPal situation, I cannot get an online job. Like 85% of them pay through PayPal, and they are not going to care if I am from one of the like 3 countries in the world that cannot accept PayPal. So that's how a cute little a cute pretty lad that once was high middle class ends up selling his booty on Fansly. That is what life has done to me. It sucks. It really sucks. I am sorry, I really do apologize. I didn't expect that I was going to like talk so much about this kind of stuff. Now there is another point here. When Messiamus said, I didn't assume you were in rags or something, but the idea of starving yourself affected me. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I really do regret. I really do apologize that I worried you a bit in that sense. I will admit that sometimes I tend to not fully grasp how some of the things that I say about myself will probably emotionally affect a person. Because when I say that when I go to one of my dangerous jobs, like I risk losing a leg, me and my co-workers in that job, like we joke about it, or like we joke about it, but we treat it as something serious. Like, yeah, man, we wouldn't want to lose a leg for being careless. Yeah, not at all, brother. The boss isn't paying the boss isn't paying us enough to replace that broken stuff. Nah, not at all. Take care, man. You too, man. Take good care. Right? For us, it's a bit of a joke, but something that we take seriously. But when I talk to people that are not used to the idea that you will probably lose a limb in a workplace accident, it probably does come as an incredibly terrifying thing or as an incredibly unpleasant prospect. And for us, it is not fun, but us, I mean like the people that are working there. And I don't know if there are people that are actually working, for example, in industrial machining, maybe in police work, like the kind of jobs, the kind of works that you actually do accept some physical danger. Like if you do, then I am sure you understand from one blue collar worker to another, I suppose you could say, that we kind of take an acceptance of the fact that in order to bring the bread home, in order to bring the money home or try to provide for the people we love or anything like that. And I am sorry that I'm using such a non-Vtuber language. I guess I am just speaking off the cuff here. We simply accept that we are going to go through certain things that we don't want to go through, or that we really don't want to go through, or that we are going to deal with people that we don't necessarily gel with too much, and that we also accept the risk that we will suffer injuries that we really don't want to suffer, obviously, and maybe even injuries that we really don't deserve. God knows that there are so many workplace accidents in construction that happen to a person, not because that worker was careless, but because his co-worker was careless. I remember that I read once that an electrician almost got there are no words to sugarcoat it. Almost got fried, almost got electrocuted to death. You know when like there is an arc electrical discharge, right? when you see that bright south that almost feels like a firebolt, not a firebolt, like an electrical bolt is a material spell, right? I don't remember the scientific name for it, but it's like the arc thing that when you like see the electricity meter. Yeah. Any living thing that is at a distance less than 20 meters of that arc happening is not going to remain a living thing and, after the arc occurs. That kills you. It kills you instantly. It's I don't even remember the amount of wattage and amperage that needs to happen for that arc thingy to occur. Okay, so that almost happened to an electrician once. I read his memoir when he was retelling the story. Why did it happen? Because his previous co-worker, the low intelligence individual that he was, just for his convenience, he actually left not fusible, the kind of thing that enables or disables current, the triphasic switch for enabling or disabling current. He left that on when he should not have left that on, because the individual wanted to turn on the fan so he was able to fix some electrical device with a bit of wind. It was a hot day. So this electrician guy almost died, almost became literal charcoal, just because his co-worker was irresponsible. Like and let me tell you, like, the fact that you had to think and accept the fact that your life is in the hand of people that are not necessarily going to be very responsible with their actions, and that they're not necessarily going to care about your well-being, it's not fun. It just isn't fun at all. But then I had to think regularly. Okay, it's not fun. Maybe you're going to get hurt. Do it for your mother. Do it for the channel. Do it for what you believe in. Do it for, etc. Do it for, etc. Do it to pay your debts. Like the case for a lot of my coworkers. Do it because you had literally no other option. Sorry, I'm going to turn on ads on Twitch to free people from pre-rolls. My apologies, I tend to forget about that. I think it was Control Alt and like this. Okay. Sorry about that. As far as the worry of that people think I live in rags and stuff like that, a lot of that is not so much the community in here or anyone that I directly interacted in Vtubing as a Vtuber, but more the kind of things that I see in Vtubing as a viewer. I am sorry to say it like this, and I really do want to clarify. I don't think that this applies to anyone here or to anyone that has ever watched the channel, but there is a non-zero number of people in the VTubing fandom and on the anime fandom as a wider scene that are more than a little racist. And a lot of people that just take it as a nature, as naturally established, that people from countries that are not the US, Europe, whatever, and some of the more fortunate countries in Latin America, are lesser, that they are all incredibly impoverished, and of course there is a bit of a moral presumption added to that. That is to say, how is it that 47 said it? These people stink and they come from a country that stinks or something like that. He is not the only one in the US that thinks that. And I know that for every one person that thinks that, apparently in the US there are 10 people that really don't think that. But when you see so much of that sentiment being shared around in certain parts of VTubing, and I am pretty lucky in this sense of being a male VTuber, because the kind of fan bases that male VTubing in general have just don't really vibe with that kind of talent. Like even if there are girls who are like a bit racist or anything like that, it just isn't a very accepted kind of dialogue in the same way that it is for the in the male fan base, if it makes any sense. And I am sure it is not going to surprise you at all that I don't want to mention the specific groups or the specific parts of the VTubing community that tend to have more of a discriminatory members in their audience, or where more bigoted individuals are tacitly permitted to hang around it. But even when I know that, okay, they are just a part of VTubing and everyone has a right to be in VTubing, you know, like people of our sorts, people can like take an anime avatar and start talking, you know, it can start affecting you, even if you know that they are just a part, and even if you know that they don't really mean it to you, or even if you know that they are not that big of a deal, or that they are not too important, it really can start affecting you. So that's why occasionally some of the insecurities about like, oh yeah, maybe people think that I live with rags that I eat from the trash bin, or that my house is a wooden house or anything like that, trans express themselves as profound insecurity for me, because I had seen people even like in the chat rooms of some of my Oshis. Like I see them being also very nice, also polite, etc. And then in other parts of the internet, I see the same people that claim to be fans of that VTuber, or for example of the fans of the more controversial VTubers, and I see them saying some incredibly, or well, I guess what will count as incredibly bigoted stuff. Me myself, it doesn't really affect me all that much, as it was seen as outrageous to other people. It seems like the word racist is like very charged in US circles, in the first world circles, etc. The thing is that I think for people in Latin America, it is just so common for people to be racist towards us that we just treat it as like just part of life. That is just how some people are going to look at us. And just to clarify, there are a lot of people in Latin America that are also very bigoted. We are not just victims of it. I am sorry, but I have to say it. There are countries that really do think of themselves as superior. Alright. And then I see them saying some like really bigoted stuff, and I can't help but think of these people. Which were some of the people that were saying something so sweet, so nice, either to me or to the Oshi earlier, and now they are saying that what they think are people like me deserve F's or Y, etc. I am sorry that I am like making such a thick point about it, but it really is something that has been affecting me for a long time. And I am going to be honest, it is something that has actually made me emotionally distance myself from certain members of the VTubing community, even though they themselves don't do any of that stuff, and I genuinely don't believe that they are discriminatory in any kind of way. The behavior of their audience has been so awful to me that it actually turned me off from them, which is another testament as to how important it is to do a proper curating and a proper filtering of your fan base. because it can very much happen that some people can really like you a lot, can really like the Vtuber a lot, but they had such incredibly bad experiences with the audience of that Vtuber that ironically the person ends up distancing or being turned off away from that Vtuber, not because of anything that the Vtuber themselves did, but because of the behavior of their audience. So it certainly is a lesson to keep in mind for any VTuber. Like, you are also judged by the kind of community that you permit. I know that sometimes it can be like really difficult to like put your foot down on certain things, but if you don't say anything when people are being like openly edgy or controversial, people are going to tacitly assume that you are okay with that kind of stuff, and it's something that you really have to think about. I'm obviously not going to name names, but there are, for example, like I think 3, maybe 4 VTubers that probably a lot of people will be a lot more closer to and more open to if it weren't for the reputation that their fan bases have obtained. And once that happens, once your fan base has gained a reputation for being not that great in one or another sense, it very much isn't impossible to make a clean break from that. Many people have done so actually, but it does land you in a kind of difficult situation that you very well could have avoided in the first place if you had been clear on certain things at the time. You know what they say? A pound of prevention? No, wait. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Yeah. But I know that a lot of people don't actually think that. I know that a lot of people don't actually think that I like eat from trash or anything like that. It is something that... Sorry. It is something that I will confess I am a bit more emotionally sensitive to, because of some of the things that I experienced people saying online on parts of the VTuber audience. And for example, when I don't think a lot of people are going to remember this, but when around the time that Miss Fruit released that document, like detailing all of the details of that abusive relationship that she had with her ex-husband or whatever, and supposedly from what I heard, I can mention him. I can talk about him. I don't think that the person is the kind of person that will feel too bad if you mention him. One of the big reasons why that happened was because around the time that happened, the President Sagi did a video detailing all of the drama around Miss Fruit, and that woke up a great amount of hate, criticism, raids, etc. towards her. And because she was already working on her healing process because of all the things that she experienced at the hands of this former spouse of hers, and she decided to just go ahead and rip the band-aid out and release the whole document. Now, without getting into which side one agrees or leans on, I hope that we can agree, generally speaking, that hate raiding a lady and calling her terms that will allude to her promiscuity is kinda not like the nicest thing in the world. To be brutally honest, even though I myself did not have a great personal animosity towards the press Nusagi before that. I know that a lot of people were angry because of the personal information thing. I never really understood what that was all about. But I didn't hate the press Nusagi before that. However, knowing that he was so okay about just making a video that made a lady look so bad and that intentionally or not caused so much incel hatred to come against her. Oh no, he said it. He said the word. He said the word. He said incel. It's like excellent. I really need to be more professional. I'm sorry. But that he made so many people hate her, like that really did distance me a lot from the press Nosage. Now, right or wrong, I make the decision to try and defend some of the assertions of Miss Fruit in the document. Not necessarily because I had a lot of personal affinity for Miss Fruit. I literally only listened knew of her, and I think I saw her like once or twice before that. But because I read the document and I realized that so many of the woman haters, whatever term you would like to use, were attacking her for things that were plain and simply not true. Things that just plain and simply did not happen. And that was the thing that really bothered me the most. That so many of the culture warriors that were not really part of Vtuber, and you could tell that a lot of the accounts didn't really like retweet a lot of Vtubers or were not part of the community, were so comfortable coming in to attack a random lady that, I'm sorry, but that she really did survive an horrific amount of abuse. It's something that really didn't sit right with me. And ever since that incident, I have been wondering what kind of community do we have sometimes where that something like this happens is in so out of the realm of possibility. It is something that like started making me view the environment of certain parts of the VTuber community, of the VTuber industry as a whole, in a bit of a different light. I'm going to be a bit blunt here, but for all of the issues that this community might have, or the low numbers or whatever that this community might have, what happened to Miss Fruit and what the people around her did in that situation, a lot of people were making lists or calling people who defended Fruit man haters, etc. That will never happen in Holostars. You cannot even imagine something like that happening in Holostars. Neither I don't think you could imagine that happening in first stage, right? Or certainly not in Nijisanji. And I know that a lot of people are going to say, Alcones, you really think that there wouldn't be drama in Nijisanji? Oh, drama there might be. But not drama where people use incel terminology to try and demean a victim of abuse. I don't think so. And wow, I mean, I did promise myself that by the end of this year I was going to be a bit more honest with some of my beliefs, but I didn't think I was going to like go so balls deep into it. But I know that a lot of this is probably going to come as a beta cap simp mentality or any type of stuff. Some of the people that during those Twitter fights did call me a beta cap simp. No, what is the term that one of them use? Oh yeah, she ain't gonna have you, little bro. Anyways, but for me, it is a big deal, and it does bother me when people engage in such misogynistic terminology. And I don't feel super mega happy to think that I will share a space where a great amount of the audience thinks that. In that sense, I do feel extremely lucky to be a male VTuber. One of the few advantages that I guess I have for being a male VTuber, in the sense that a lot of the audience that would watch a male VTuber in the first place wouldn't really engage in that sort of mentality or behavior. And for that is something that I am extremely thankful. Now, one important clarification that I want to make: if you disagree with this point, I don't think that you're necessarily a bad person. I am not going to instantly assume that you are terrible, that you're this or that. And to be brutally honest, whenever I see people that say like, oh well, if you disagree with me on this point, just leave, I don't like that. I never did like that. I will not ask you to leave if you disagree with me, or if you think that feminism is this, or if you think that political point is that, etc. Please note that I always welcome disagreement and debate. What I probably cannot allow is two things. One is constant engaging in controversial topics that might make other parts of the members of the audience uncomfortable. Because, for example, here we have someone that is like working during their office job, right? They don't want to be hearing a screech about feminism from two people that don't have a social studies degree. Or maybe someone comes in tired after work, they don't want to hear about some controversial political topic, and I cannot allow either for like extremist language. So I cannot permit you to say that, oh yeah, I'll insert political side here, should be insert extreme ad in here, in the insert orifice here. Ha 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 ha. I cannot allow that. And similarly, because people want to watch Vtuber with the understanding that there will not be a lot of inclusion of politics involved, I will generally do a lot of effort to steer the conversation of controversial or political, not political, but you know what I mean, contentious topics away from Alconis and into the roommate account. I do apologize that I kind of let myself fall into the tangent of more and more controversial topics. I also have to be better at knowing when to preempt the entering into these kinds of tangents, because I also need to understand that even if I can have this kind of calm conversations about the difference of perspectives and ideas, from what I could gather in a lot of the internet, not just in VTubing, is that a lot of people are not able to discuss or to interact with these topics in a serene manner. And I don't want to make people uncomfortable with the things that I say. So even if I don't say things in a unpleasant way, I think I should also try to understand that there are a lot of topics that people straight up don't want to hear about, and I need to become a bit better at respecting that. Okay, now there is also another point that I want to address about the part of like I was very concerned when you that you say that you were going to starve yourself. I will address it more in more detail when I come back from the ideal meeting. But the essential of it, and please, Amici, do tell me your opinion if you want to. I really will be interested to hear about your opinion about all of the stuff that I just said. Like, for example, do you think it is good that we can talk about contentious topics, or does it bother you that I talk about other VTubers? Is it unpleasant to you that I mentioned the Presnosagi, etc.? I always want to know your opinions. Anyways, a lot of people really do get really upset. When I told my progenitor, my mother once, about this, we actually ended up not having a fight, but she ended up like really freaking out, to put it mildly. I don't know why it upset her so much. And whenever I told this idea to a bunch of ARL friends, they also did look at me as if it was like really crazy, or as if I was subjecting terrible suffering onto myself. But the thing is that I am kind of a student of history, so I know how relatively normal. It always has been in history for a lot of people to be food insecure. It was not common for the vast majority of people in history to know that they were going to eat every day, or that they were going to eat one meal a day all the time. And especially during the hunter-gatherer days, humans did adapt their magnificent, state-of-the-art biological system that we call the human body to be able to operate even during periods of prolonged deprivation. It's kind of like riding a Corvette at high speed sometimes, you know? It's what your body is meant to do. At least that is my mentality, my mindset of it. And even though it isn't fun at all, like the first day really sucks. It really sucks. But if you like push through the first day, then you start feeling a lot better after like the 36-hour mark. That is when like it starts hitting different. Even though it isn't fun, the way that I try to see it, it is that a lot of the spirit of my ancestors were able to push and survive through much greater deeds of sacrifice and suffering. And so if nothing else, in order to honor their memory, I should be able to at least do a limited version of that. Beyond that, there is also a bit of a inherent insecurity that I tend to have, where I often tell myself of, oh well, I mean, you say, you at that time, because not the time, it happens. You often say, like this is what I tell to myself, you often say that you want to live the life of your dreams like Mihoshimachi Suisai-san, right? And you know that it's going to require a bunch of sacrifices. And yet, you won't even stop eating for one measly day in order to achieve your dreams. So if you will not deprive yourself of even a little bit of food or sleep or rest, etc., then I don't think that you really want it hardened out, right? If you're not willing to do something so little. Well, if you can't even do something as simple as a 3-day fasting, then maybe you didn't really want to live the life of your dreams after all. That's really pathetic, isn't it? And obviously, I don't want to like project many things into the biography of Miss Suicide, but I think we can all agree that yeah, she did do a lot of incredible effort to get to where she is. That all of the members of Hololive did incredible, tremendous effort to get to where they are. I genuinely had never seen people that were as hardworking as the girls in Hololive. Now, did they actually do like 1 week fasting or something? Who knows? I don't really know their stories too much. But I do often have the inherent insecurity that if I don't do something as quote unquote simple as that, then maybe it is a proof of my own weakness. And I wouldn't like to think one day far off in the future that I didn't do everything I could have. I don't know, it's hard for me to describe it, but I need to go to an idol meeting for a bit. Yeah, okay, now I go to the break. See you soon! Hello. Okay, I am back. Now, there is another topic that I want to mention about the idea of like more than starving yourself in specific. I will speak about the idea of self-deprivation on a more general topic. Maybe it goes a little bit into stoicism too in a way. Oh, no, sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope that your work is doing great, by the way. I hope that you're doing well. Okay. Anyways, the a lot of people in antiquity, and this is not entirely correct, but we'll just go with this. Also held to the strong belief that willful asceticism and self-deprivation, suffering, brought you closer to divinity. This is a thread of thought that you find not only within Christianity, but within many strands of religious and spiritualist thinking. Even beyond the Middle Ages, I think you had to go as far as the Enlightenment period to start seeing that kind of mentality almost completely disappear. And I do think that there is something to be said about the value, about the sheer qualia, pure life experience, or the sheer experiential value of going through something so extreme or something so outside of your normal daily life that it has the potential to transform your worldview and way of thinking. Regardless of whether or not it might be something that could be seen as how to say this, dangerous for your own life. Boss is on holiday. I'm barely doing any work. Oh no, the bosses are like, where is my Christmas hen? Boss is celebrating. He is like, oh yeah, excellent, I can. Sponta is hard at work and I am sure that all of my employees are working very hard. Excellent, and I can take I can take a very small nap. I can take it easy in the holiday celebrations. Oh yeah. In the meantime, Sponta is, wait, I don't think I have a sita and sleeping animation, but Sponta is like Zeta. I make a wait. The boss makes $1 while I make a dime. So I'll take the company dime. Yeah. Okay, but I actually do really believe that there can be a certain kind of a potential for developing virtue or nobility or a certain beauty, I guess you could call it, or more of an ethical beauty, through the willful endurance or journeying into certain types of deprivation and suffering. For me, admittedly, the motives are chiefly economical. It is also part of it is that so many like supermarkets, etc., had made like the cost of living so high intentionally, like using inflation as an excuse, that I also want to just like go straight on and say to them, screw you, extortive supermarket. I am not going to buy your overpriced toilet paper. And even if that means I cannot eat toilet paper more than once a week, then I will not do it. Screw you. I'm kidding, but not 100%. But it is also on some level like personal or moral. I want to believe that I am the kind of person. I said before that I like kind of want to try a little bit like Griffith or Guts from Berserk, right? And I want to believe also that I am the kind of person with a sheer strength of spirit or force of will that he is going to spend 2 weeks without eating and sleeping or whatever it has to be to complete a goal. Maybe not to that extreme, but I need to think that I at least had a modicum of the courage that my ancestors had. I'm sorry, that probably sounds like some mega tuny thing. Hmm. When I say the next thing, I want to clarify that I don't mean it in a way to like self-aggrandize myself or to say that I experience a much more difficult life or anything like that. I simply say this in the most dispassionate analysis of what I could see in the but to clarify one last thing before that, but I still really appreciate enormously, um, really appreciate it, Meshamu, that some people really did care so much about me that they wanted to help me when they heard of that situation. Um, when I was crying, when I was saying thanks, a big part of it was because I was really heartbroken to think that so many people in my life, not people in between in my early life, seemed to be okay with the idea of everything that I was going through, and didn't really think of helping me. So even though I said all that about like starving myself and stuff, it really means a lot to know that someone cared. So thank you so much. Okay, so coming back to it. When I say this, um, I really want to clarify that I am not self-aggrandizing myself or necessarily say I had a much more difficult life than Miyabi or anything like that. This is simply a dispassionate analysis of what I personally observe. But the I always kinda wanted to be a lot like Miyabi-san, and even though I never really said talk too much about this, there are a lot of things in which I relate to Miyabi a lot, and it is hard for me to know because I don't speak GP. How much of it is knowing, realizing parallels, and how much of it is simply projection on my part. But I will always relate a lot to Miyabi's soft, all vulnerable personality. With the caveat that I could not be purely like Miyabi. I could not like advance or develop my personality to be like Miyabi, simply by virtue of the country that I was born in. Because of course, Japan and backwards fourth world country are extremely different, not only in the kind of gender expectations of what a male is supposed to be, particularly because my family was never like very demanding in that sense, but the sheer difference in the economical reality and civilizational development meant that growing up I had no option but to do certain things that if I had grown in Japan, I would have never needed to do. And I guess that had its positives and it also had its negatives. On the positive side, even though it was really difficult at the time, and for me it involved many years of a lot of pain to be able to get the formula right, it did end up meaning that I developed a kind of independence, assertiveness, capacity, or quote unquote manliness that I probably wouldn't have developed if I had lived in a country like Japan or Finland. Finland is also a very isolated country. Like people are very introverted there. Or Uruguay, believe it or not. Um, If I grew up in those countries, I probably will still be the scared kid that can barely even talk to the store clerk. Like there was a long time in my life where I could not go to the store and buy something. The words will not come out of my mouth. On the other, sometimes I kind of wish I could have been that I could be as innocent and as helpless. I don't want to say helpless in the bad sense, but that you can tell that Miyavi relies a lot on the love and the care that other people had for him. That I could be as dependent on others as Miyavi-san is. I think that's the best way I could say it, as dependent on others as Miyavi is. Because I suppose that a lot of people would not necessarily describe Miyavi as particularly manly, but there is a reason why when you think about Holostars, you really cannot imagine anyone other than Miyavi-san being the center of Holostars. I know that, for example, he says in a few occasions that, well, technically he is not the leader, but he just made the first debut because he was the one who stepped first, who like stepped forward to volunteer to make the very first debut. But in a way, it's the very fact that he did go and make that to volunteer to do the very first debut, the kind of thing that makes him in a way a leader of Holostars, right? And keep in mind that for me, for a lot of people, that some weird guy tells us that we are stupid or that we probably want to creep on the gears or stuff like that isn't going to really bother us too much, right? But Miyavi was probably still is a lot more sensitive, and he still did it, even though it must have been so scary for him. He still did it, and even when he drew his first audition, he didn't even know if Covercore was even going to look at it, because at that time Holostars didn't exist. They didn't talk about it being only gears or anything like that. That he just went and did it, despite being so incredibly shy and gentle. I truly do believe that must have taken an incredible amount of courage, and I am sure that I and all of the Starmen and all of the other members of Holostars will always admire him for that. I know that I say this a lot, but I really do look up to Miyavi-aton. Like I really look up to Miyavi-aton. I really do like Miyavi a lot. And sometimes I will confess I feel a little bit sad that because I grew up in a much ruggeder country, there are a lot of things that I quite and simply could not be as innocent on as maybe other Vtubers. If I cried when I was a kid, for example, I would probably have gotten physically attacked and told to not be a pussy or something like that, which it's not really the case, but it's a good concept. It's a good explanation. Or in my country, being more effeminate, it's, for a while it was something that could actually get you on someone's bad list. So there are a lot of things that, whether I wanted to or not, I had to token up. And I don't know what to think about that, really. My apologies. I don't know why we are yapping so much today. Today really is the Yapatron marathon. One moment, please. Okay, one moment. Additionally, since we're on the topic, bye honey, siguió tu canal. Serenity, grazie mille per il follow. Thank you. Wait. Hi, honey. Ah, my upper vocal folds. One more. Hi, honey. No, I can't do it. Okay. Hi, honey. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow, Serenity. Thank you. Thank you for being so awesome. Yeah, thank you. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Hispanoparlante? Pues bienvenidos a los hispanoparlantes. How are you? Here we are, Spanish speaking and English speaking channel. Mainly English speaking, but I speak Spanish sometimes. Aquí somos principalmente un canal hispanoparlante un canal angloparlante e hispanoparlante. Principalmente hablo en inglés, pero también hablo en español de vez en cuando. Especialmente cuando veo algunas personas que están chateando en español, recuerdo encender el chip español. I remember to when I see people posting writing in Spanish, I try to remember to turn on the Spanish switch more. I just kind of forgot about it lately. When I don't see people speaking Spanish, I tend to forget to translate more Spanish. Oh my god, you are so cute. No, you are cute. You are cuter. My Spanish isn't very good though. Oh, it's okay. Spanish can take a while to learn, but it can be quite a beautiful language. Puede ser un lenguaje tan hermoso y romántico. For example, you can tell your love partner, oh, cabeza de vaca. And that's gonna sound so romantic, even though it technically means head of cow. But she or he isn't going to know, so you tell them, cabeza de vaca. And they're going to be like, oh my god, they called me a cabeza de vaca. Ah, yeah, that's so romantic. Until they look for Google Translate and they ask you, why did you call me a cow? You're adorable, oh my god. I love you so much. Well, thank you. I will remember that when I follow Spanish Patty. Exactly. You find a cutie Spanish with her salsa dancing skirt, and you go, hola, hermosa, cabeza de vaca. And I assure you, they will go, yeah. It is amazing, isn't it? Well, ustedes son lo más genial. Gracias, Amici. Tenemos que estudiar italiano también. My apologies. Sorry. Sorry, but one thing that I was thinking about Holostars, while I was taking a break, I guess this might be a random point to mention, but one thing that I was thinking sometimes about Holostars? At the start, Motoaki Tanigo-san had the idea of essentially making Holostars into a Vtuber agency. That is to say, an agency that will be more focused, maybe not so much into catering for the romantic interest of a female audience, which at the time that Holostars was created, that market was dominated by Niji-sanji. Which I know that probably a lot of people nowadays don't have the most positive opinion about Niji-sanji for many reasons. But I think it's important to remember that despite all of the things that happened, one virtue that Niji-sanji did have was that they always believed in the potential of male VTubers from the start, and they always bet hard on them and did a lot to make their male talent succeed. And it's just a point that I totally plan to address in a video essay someday in the future. But I think it's also important to analyze why Niji-sanji survived despite everything that happened. And I think a big part of that was that Niji-sanji was willing and able to cater to a segment of the VTuber market that no one else really catered to. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked. So, Tanigo-san wanted to establish Holostars as a branch of male entertainers that will connect themselves more to an audience through brotherly bonds or through pure friendship than specifically be a BFE franchise, BFE agency, right? And that is not something that would really be a mistake, that would have really been a mistake with practically any other agency, I believe, except perhaps a big part of the Hololive fanbase. It is not that I want to be overly negative about the Hololive fanbase. It's just simply that I hope you understand that a lot of elements about the fanbase in Hololive are they can come off as the kind of guy that isn't really very good at establishing male friendships and isn't super mega interested in them. I guess that is the most polite way I can put it. So maybe at the start it wasn't so much. Lo traduciré en español en un momento, por cierto. Maybe at the start, like Holostar had such a difficult first year, not only because of the lack of marketing, but because they were trying to market themselves to a type of male that was rather indisposed to the establishment of a brotherly bond with us entertainers. And eventually, Holostars, despite the rough start, I guess they were able to find their own audience and their own path, not only on the part of like the female audience that came to them, but also the male fans that they have. I don't know how many of them really came as fans of Hololive, the people that were fans of Hololive first. A lot of them really were people that were fans of Hololive first. As much as I am negative about like the Hololive fandom, it is important to remember that I know that the majority of the Hololive fanbase are normal people. It's just that some of them are okay. So a lot of them really were people that were guys that were fans of Hololive and they actually thought Holostars were cool. But I do think that a lot of the male fans of Holostars, they they were either casual fans of Hololive or they were not. They just didn't really listen to Hololive before. Didn't really knew Hololive before, and so they are like the, how to say it? It's an audience that Holostars kinda developed by themselves, but on the female and the male side. And this is something that I think is special for Holostars. Other male agencies tend to have a much higher ratio of female audience to male audience. Holostars is the one male agency, from what I understand, that tends to be very 50-50. Sorry, I don't really remember where I was going with all that. It's just like something that I came out off the top of my head. I had no idea, no tengo idea de qué estás hablando, pero tu voz es tan linda. Gracias. Español, ¿verdad? ¿O hablas otro idioma? Like, do you speak Spanish? Is your first language, or is it another language? Like your mother language? Or your birth language? Sorry, one moment. Originalmente, Tanigo-san concibió a Holostars no tanto como una agencia de chicos de talentos masculinos que intentasen servir a una audiencia femenina en un sentido romántico, ya que en ese tiempo Nijisanji dominaba ese mercado. Y aunque mucha gente tiene motivos comprensibles para no ser muy fans de Nijisanji hoy en día, es importante tener en mente o recordar por qué Nijisanji terminó sobreviviendo todos los dramas, y buena parte de eso fue el hecho de que ellos estaban dispuestos a servir a un segmento del mercado en el Vtuber que generalmente no era muy servido por otras agencias. Pero ok, Tanigo-san quería servir a la audiencia, quería que Holostars sea una agencia que se conecte con su audiencia a través de los lazos de amistad fraternal más que los lazos de romance. Y eso no estaba nada mal, para nada mal de hecho. Quizás incluso si es que hubiera sido, si es que la audiencia de Hololive hubiera sido cualquier otra de la que terminó desarrollándose con el tiempo, es muy probable que eso haya funcionado bien desde el principio. Y es importante mencionar también que muchos de los fans masculinos de Holostars eran efectivamente gente que era fan de Hololive y que eran la clase de tipos de hombres suficientemente normales como para no sentir arena en sus calzoncillos por el hecho de que un hombre de anime exista. Pero muchas de las personas que eran fans de Hololive, o por lo menos una cierta parte de ellos, sí tenía un problema con eso. Y quizás fue por ese el hecho de que una buena parte de los fans de Hololive no tenían interés en una fraternidad masculina o en una amistad masculina con los Holostars, lo que causó tantas dificultades para Holostars al principio. Con el tiempo fueron desarrollando esa audiencia de... Creo que son muy 50-50 Holostars, ellos 50% mujeres, 50% hombres. Eso es atípico en el ambiente de muchos VTubers masculinos. Generalmente tiende a ser una mayoría femenina, por lo menos en el área de las agencias. Pero, por lo menos de lo poco que he visto, de lo que entiendo, los varones que son fans de Holostars son o fans casuales de Hololive o incluso gente que no es tan fan de Hololive y vino a Holostars a través de otro canal. Like, for example, I can tell almost instantly when I am in a Holostars thread or a Twitter thread inhabited by Holostars fans versus when I am in a thread inhabited by Hololive fans. I can tell it almost instantly. Yo puedo darme cuenta casi al instante cuando estoy en un hilo de discusión en Twitter habitado por fans de Holostars versus a uno que está habitado por fans de Hololive. The usernames, the way of speaking, the profile pictures are just too different. Los nombres de usuario, las imágenes de perfil y la forma de hablar son simplemente demasiado distintas. I can also tell it on YouTube too. I wouldn't say if I know if I can tell when it is a guy or girl or anything like that, but I can tell that the culture of the fan bases are very, very, very different, to the point that sometimes I am not sure how much of an actual intermingling there is. Yo no sabría decir si es que puedo darme cuenta si es un chico o una chica el que está detrás del perfil, pero sí puedo darme cuenta de que la cultura detrás del comportamiento de esas cuentas es tan diferente entre un fan de Hololive y un fan de Holostars, hasta el punto que tengo que preguntarme qué tan frecuente es la mezcla, qué tanto se ocurre que una persona en la misma cuenta sea un fan de Hololive y sea un fan de Holostars. It really does seem to me that the fan bases are so different, not just because of an intentional separation on the part of talents that want to be apart from each other, or the more divisive elements of the fan bases from both sides, stars and live, but just how much is it that they simply have different vibes? How much is it that the branches quite simply and plainly have different vibes? Y me pregunto qué tanto de la diferencia, la distinción ocurre ni siquiera por el hecho de que algunos talentos quieren estar aparte, separados, o las acciones de las partes más divisorias de los fanbases en ambos lados, y sino qué tanto es simplemente por el hecho de que las comunidades de stars, las comunidades de live tienen vibras distintas, son simplemente vibras distintas. Whenever I see the concept or the prospect of, for example, a male Vtuber having an significant interaction with a female Vtuber, of one male branch interacting with a female branch, the majority reaction doesn't seem to be support or repudiation, but it seems to be rather indifference. Cuando sea que yo veo que se reflota la idea de que un miembro de una rama masculina, un VTuber, y interactúa con una miembro de la rama femenina, un momento. La reacción mayoritaria no parece ser el apoyo ni el repudio, sino la simple indiferencia. And at least that is something that I had observed recently. Por lo menos eso es una cosa que he observado y en la que estuve pensando un tiempo. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I got into that whole tangent. Oh man, this is gonna make such a fun clip, right? Alconius' opinion on holosters. La opinión de Alconius sobre los holosters. Beautiful. Clip it and send it. It is another language. Okay. I was living in Spain for... Wow, really? That's so cool, actually. Spain, they say that Spain is so pretty. It's better not to visit it in summer, from what I understand, because a lot of parts in Spain can get really hot. Well, northern Spain, not too bad, but I think that, like, the southern part, I think that will be like Madrid, Barcelona, etc. That is a bit different. That can get really hot. And also, like, going through the city by bicycle in Madrid and in many other cities in Spain, they say it's so much nicer. They say that especially Barcelona is like a very bicycle-centric city. But I hope that you had an amazing time during your bachelor's degree. That is actually so amazing. That is actually so cool. I hope that you had a lot of fun. I hope that you get to see a corrida de los toros. But be careful because those balls, they hit hard. They hit really hard. Ole, toreador. I don't know if people that are not from South America will be surprised to hear this or not, but to us, Spain and people from Spain, they might as well be aliens to us. Like, we share very little culturally. Yo no sé si es que esto le sorprendería a gente que no es de Latinoamérica, pero generalmente hablando, al menos esta es mi impresión, para nosotros los latinos, España o los españoles son casi como alienígenas para nosotros. Tenemos muy poca conexión cultural, aparte del idioma, por supuesto, con ellos. Like, we might as well be almost separate countries aside from the language. By the way, this is very obvious for people who are naturally Spanish speakers, but like, we have very different ways of speaking. Y por cierto, esto sería bastante obvio seguro para todos los latinos o los hispanos, pero tenemos una forma de hablar muy distinta. Estoy seguro, por ejemplo, Serenity, que la forma que yo hablo español ahora, la cual no es la forma natural de hablar de mi país, estoy intencionalmente usando una especie de español neutro. Es muy distinto, hostia tío, de la forma en la que hablan los españoles. ¿No es así? Ja, hostia, eso es muy verdad. Disculpas, no recuerdo cómo hablan los españoles. No, you are so right. Thank you. Spain is such a warm country. Oh, I am from Scandinavia, so it was very warm for me. Oh, you poor soul. I am really glad you're not experienced the Latin American summer then, because the sun is being brutal down here right now. Man, it really is getting brutal. So, I want to do something special today. As much as I enjoyed the yapping session, I want to also like try and do some work today, and because I am going to try and make co-working streams a bit more common. And one of them is that I want to make video editing more of a common thing. Now that I finish something in the background, I can go back to like actually showing people the kind of things that I am working on. Blah blah blah. Sophie as a Mercury, Dix, room, paper, blah, 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 not gaming, not historical, not church. Just one moment, please. Okay, we're just gonna make it on quick edits room 2, and I need to make sure that we are actually at 60 frames per second in this project. Where is project? No. Project manager? No. Oh, it's project setting. I am opening DaVinci Resolve, sorry. Video monitoring, yes, okay. We are actually doing 60 frames per second. Beautiful, okay. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be back soon. Okay, really sorry. Apologies for taking so long. I had an unexpected situation, but now I had taken care of it. So I need to make sure that nothing unsightly is showing. As long as no metadata or files are showing, then it should be okay. Also, is it just me, or did the layout of DaVinci Resolve change? I need to Why do I have this? Oh, yeah. This is when I wanted to do the special effects for that Stellar song, right? Yeah, okay, well, maybe for another time, my friend. Today, we are going to we're going to start doing the editing for reacting to a YouTube controversy video. Because, by the way, Amici, I am thinking of doing not video essays, but for example, reacting to certain videos when there is a topic that happens in Vtubing that like really makes me want to say my piece. But I tend to be a little bit reluctant to include that because I feel it is engaging too much in drama. Even if I don't say anything to like draw controversy or attention, I do worry that it might turn some people off from the um, intended say so vibe of the channel. I am not sure. It is fine, don't worry. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, this is what I needed. I need a nice streamer to hang out with when I am drawing or working. Really? Thank you so much. I really hope that you had an amazing drawing. And yeah, I am indeed planning to do a lot more co-working streams. My apologies. So that we can get to our goals together. Okay, now I do need to no, small screen. Make the screen smaller, DaVinci Resolve. Okay, DaVinci. This looks so bad. Oh, the window looks so cramped. Alright. Did you take fan art, by the way? I would love to draw something for you. Nice something for you. Oh, thank you. Every fan art is always really appreciated. Thank you so much. I still remember and treasure so much the first fan art that someone did for me. It genuinely moved me so much. I was stuck looking at it for like minutes. Like, someone made this for me? No way. Really? It was like really moving. I really appreciated it actually. Alright, so it does seem like everything here is okay. I am going to go through the first line, the first cut, which let me remind myself.
Alright.
Okay,
Salute.
so Control M is to write it down, and M is to simply write the thing. I'm going to draw your fan art. Oh, thank you so much. We can go into the quick edit page. I just need to make sure that that is not going to show any file path in the. Okay, I don't see any sensitive information in any element of here, so it should be okay. Alright, and yeah, okay, everything is ready. Just give me 1 minute. Back. Alright, so how do I want to do this? I think I want to set up two color markers in order to indicate when I want to cut and when I want to continue color. Now, if I remember my colors right, which there's no guarantee that I won't, was Alt M, right? Or was it Control Alt N, or was it Shift M? No, no. Shift Alt M. I don't remember my function button, sorry. Tell you what, I am already going to do the mark for cutting, and I'm simply going to make it like the M cutting bar. And when I want to make a note, when I want to leave a note, I'm just going to use a different color of marker. Right now we are actually going to the cutting part. So one moment, please. I'm going to show the window of it's not a dim, it's in cut. Where is cut? Sure, take your time, friend. Grazie mille, amica. Amica o amica, ma pala usare. Grazie mille. But where is the cut timeline? Okay, I guess this is the cut timeline. That is the thing that sometimes confuses me a little bit about DaVinci Resolve, that it is not always very clear where the markers for everything is sometimes. Next marker, previous marker, and here we can have add the marker. Blue, green, and it should be function 22, right? No, where was function 22? Alt plus function 22. Let me see if maybe it is in here. I don't remember what was the button that we place as function 22. Or actually, I should be able to find this easily if I just go through here, right? Yeah, it is one of the buttons that I don't normally use, but it should be function 22 is this. But for some reason, it is not quite working. Like, it should be actually affecting. Oh yeah, I think I know what the problem is. It's flag. I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't be like marker. Yeah. And we are in Edit Media Viewer. Right now it's adding flags, but not adding marker. It's, by the way, add and modify marker. Add and modify mark. I am clapping. That is such terrible user interface. I am actually amazed at how someone can make like holy fuck. Holy moly. What? Oh yeah, sorry. You wanted a mark? Oh no. You said something for a marker. Those are two completely different things, Alconist, you silly. Developer, I hope that Aru hits your car. Holy moly. DaVinci Resolve was developed by an Australian company. Man, it is such a tragedy upon the world to be bad at user interface, isn't it? Anyways, I don't have a function 24 hotkey, and I don't really want to apply my mouse hotkeys for here right now, so I am going to go like cream is going to be for annotations, just to assign, yes. And if I, yeah, Da Vinci, I want to take out the marker. I want to take out the other marker. Or wait, where is the thing? Control F22. Add mark, add flag. Right. Wait, mark? Did I already go to mark and add flag? Where? Alright, I think I can show flag. We can set the keyframes later on, but now I should have cream is going to be a notation marker, and mint, made mint, is going to be the cut marker. We can start with that. It's better to make things like faster, I guess. Clear all flags and let us begin. All right, now. Excellent. Mint is going to be cut and cream is going to be annotation. Actually, green is too much of a clear color, so I'm actually going to use green for cut, and I'm going to use mint for annotation. I don't know if that will be the best, but we are going to pick that. And now I should be able to include the window. I'm going to go like open controls, studio mode. I'm going to go to ZATSU 2, and I'm going to open DaVinci Resolve. We don't have anything here for DaVinci. Yeah, okay. Now let us take out some of the elements in here. Browser, story reading, Fable 4. Yeah, let's take this out too. Let us take the Numa player out too. And I will now add window capture, DaVinci Resolve. We're going to do some editing, okay? DaVinci Resolve. I just want to keep it simple for now. Windows 10. I really hope I don't see anything. Last chance for me to game capture simple. We're just gonna hide this for now. Reaper, we take this out too. Oh my, the OBS is really not liking that. Beautiful, okay. Well, I guess it's kind of annoying if I am a little bit above the thingy, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Okay. I am hoping against hope that nothing bad shows up. Okay. Now we're going to start the cutting. Wait, come to think of it, if I want to do this, I can just like, yeah, I can simply make the cutting, right? Yeah. Okay.
Alright, salute amici, salute tutti le meravigliose amici.
I want to make a funny annotation in here, so I am actually going to place control, oops, alt is mint, beautiful. And I'm going to make it in here so that I don't miss the marker. No!
Amici. So, do I sound different now?
We actually, yeah, want to make a very small annotation in here so that oh. Okay, to make a little like joke here, maybe an audio joke in this part or something. And if you're wondering why I am not already doing the annotating what the marker will be here, it would simply take too much time.
Does my hair look different? I had altered some of my audio setting. So I really hope that I am not Speaking or an
Um, I am just going to add like a note here, and it's going to be pretty obvious what exactly I want to do in this part.
in or an
I am going to do a zoom out, zoom in when I do that peaking part, and also like add a soft distortion effect. I do apologize also that the it's too much for my GPU. Uh, I'm gonna have to take out the Vtuber Studio. Sorry, I'm gonna close Vtuber Studio for a bit. Don't die on me, PC. Come on, mate. You can do it. Excellent. You were giving me a little heart attack there. Yeah, sorry about that. I need to prepare my PNG tuber when I'm not able to use the Vtuber Studio model.
in or anything now. It will be nice. So, as it often happens,
The
as it often happens, very funny situation.
a very
Very
let's just cut out this part. I apologize that I am not working particularly
funny to say
fast
it in
right
one
now.
way.
My hardware limitations are making a bit of a number on me. I'm also going to stop Bridger for now because I'm not using it, and right now my computer can use all of the hardware power that it has. So I'm stopping it for now. One, two, three. Beautiful. Okay, PC, I better see you using all your power for the editing.
Has occurred on our nice little corner of the internet. As
I also
it
do
very
wish to
often
apologize
does.
that I sound
Can
so
you tell that
awkward.
I'm nervous? Let tell
Make an annotation here. Yes, we can tell that Alconis is very nervous.
Let me tell you a secret. I am very nervous. Anyways,
We're just gonna let that go.
normally I don't really touch on these kinds of topics, but there
And
was an specific aspect
because
of this
there
whole
is in this
situation,
part,
the situation between Dennings, Miss Dennings, and VTubers.
we can actually simplify this part here
Touch on these kinds of topics. There was is
on these kinds of topics. And
but there was an specific aspect of this whole situation, the situation between Dennings, Miss Dennings, and VTubers. That
the situation,
between Dennings, Miss Dennings, the situation between Dennings,
the
situation, the situation,
the situation, we can cut this out. Oops, I overdid it a bit.
situation,
The
the
Here it is. Here is our cutting line. And now we can cut. You're so cute. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
the
it.
situation between Dennings, Miss Dennings, and VTubers. That I
Nothing
will
bad
have
is
to be
showing,
honest
right?
with you, that bothered me slightly. Which, in specific, you're gonna have to watch the video to find out. I am so nervous.
This part is just not that important, so I'm going to probably take a bit of a... It probably is a little radical to just cut out this whole part, but as you will probably see later on, the video is very, very long.
Be honest
So,
with you, that bothered me slightly. Which, in specific,
as you will see later on, it will be very important for me to try and get the video below 30
but
minutes.
that specific reason is why I wanted to touch on the topic. And one of the things that I can tell you right off the bat, however, is that I was very happy with how so many of the react
Wasn't you ESL speaking friend? You were not very happy.
get touching on the same topics and agreeing on the same things. To put it in another way, they were a bit echo chamber. So I
So I'm not sure if I want to keep the whole thing here because it's so long, but
I wanted to touch on the topic, and one of the things that I can tell you right off the bat, however, is that I was very happy with how so many of the
I'm just gonna
reactions
even cut out
get
the
touching on the
echo
same
chamber
topics
joke
and agreeing
because
on the
it's
same things.
it's too
To
long.
put it in another way, they were a bit echo
Echo
chambery.
chambery. And admittedly, that is one of the things that kind of bothered me a bit when I saw not only the whole reaction. This is one around the time that Miss Dennis said that whole thing about Vtuber gooning or whatever when that one guy went into her chat and said that she hoped she lost the lawsuit or something like that. And a lot of the people kind of gang up on her, and where I was going like Dennis is levad, etc. Which beyond the position on whether or not Miss Dennis was good
So
or
I
not,
wanted
it
to
did strike me
analyze
as a
the
bit weird that
situation
there was
and
such an unanimous disagreement, an unanimous agreement with her being levad.
so I wanted to analyze the situation.
Oh my god, Alconis wants to analyze the situation? Dear me, whatever will we do without the analytical, super intelligent mind of Alconis? I am cutting that part out.
And give my 2 cents on the whole matter. Not that they are worth for much, mind you, but I still wanted to give my super mega important opinion.
Boo!
Alright,
Cut. Maybe to some people it will feel like, oh no, I mean, Alconis, you're cutting things that are not necessary. It is funny to hear you talk, Antes. And I don't know if the conversation, like the preamble, is necessarily too bad, but it is more that maintaining the general flow of the video, I feel that it drags on way too much. As you can see, the video is longer than 33 minutes.
as
So
well,
it's
I would like to mention further on in the video what I would have liked the actual response
and
to
this
be.
part, for example, I
Because
don't
I
need
can
to
also
mention
tell you
what.
right off the bat, I was not very happy with the response that happened.
There is no need for me to say up to talk about what will happen in the video. If people want to get to that point, then they will see it.
But to get into all that, we first need to react to the video. And okay,
It's
to get into all that, we first need to
it's
react to
very obvious that there
the
was a
video.
cut
And
in
okay,
here.
my apology. The video is not at the proper point. I am new at this, okay? I had only been doing this.
Oops. Alt for this. By the way, I am barefoot when I am generally streaming. That is because I had like a joystick that I used to that I map out the buttons of the joystick to a specific function keys. So I press a function button with one of my toes and then I press Alt, and that way I can very easily and quickly set a new marker for the for um, for the video. I had been doing audio and video editing for a while, and I learned with time that fast hotkeys can really make the difference.
I had only been doing this for 2 years, so I don't really know a whole lot of stuff. Please be patient. Anyways, let's be honest about one thing. People that watch these kinds of reaction commentary,
You need to speak more firmly, my friend.
the thing is, they always watch the original video first, right? Almost always. At least I did. Okay, let's start with the video already.
A couple days ago, a live streamer
Hello.
at Denim's TV, who we've covered a couple times in
Oh yeah, and before I forget, I had no idea what this Dennis person is.
I probably should do something about the slight peeking
No
in this
idea
part.
what this.
Shift. No, come. Oh, God. All right, close that.
No idea what this Dennis person is. This is genuinely my first time seeing her. Pretty much anyone
I am not
from
an
the
hour.
Twitch community. Before knowing VTubers, I just wasn't really into live streaming. To be
I should also make a mental note that when the video isn't playing, I should probably add, it was my intention while recording the video too, I should probably add post-editing my typical background music. Which, by the way, I should probably like try and work on making my own background music one of these days. Like that would be nice. It would be nice to use my music degree on something.
fairly honest. So I knew not.
Wait, where is that? I need to add a sniff encounter.
So I knew not who this lady is.
ways on this channel got in a clash with the VTuber community after a clip
Yeah.
of her went viral where she responded to a chatter bringing up the lawsuit she's facing against Ethan Klein.
I
So
think
if
that
if you sometimes notice me like looking at somewhere else, etc., it's because I actually have some notes that I brought beforehand.
I
have some notes that I brought beforehand. One of the things that
why why is he sniffling? Why are you sniffling so much?
I would like to mention is that
One more sniffling. Fuck off.
it probably is pretty telling that the context in which the clip blew up was with that one.
Okay, now I'm just going to start cutting out the. Again, my apologies that I am not being super fast right now.
Twitter person framing the clip as if it
In
was
response, she opens the chatters following.
Miss Dennis attacking VTubers.
Bro literally said attacking. I can't. This guy needs to pay me more. I don't get paid enough to deal with this.
And that already produced a certain predisposition towards the people watching the video.
Actually, instead of cutting out this part, no, we're going to cut out this part. It doesn't matter if we just cut this part. What? You're not joining it? Okay. What the fuck?
The video or interacting with this drama as if to think that she attacked this.
I don't get paid enough. You're too funny. I love you. Thank you. I will admit, sometimes my own ESLness really does surprise me. Like, it really is baffling to me. It usually is because I get so nervous that I forget to speak properly, but it still is something that tends to surprise me quite a lot.
Attacked this person because he was
And
this person.
oops. I need to increase the viewpoint in here. I need to make my beautiful. Okay.
Person because he was watching.
He was
watching VTubers.
He was watching VTubers. The cut page in DaVinci Resolve, if you know how to set it up properly, it can have an incredible advantage in that it really can make the cutting out of video incredibly snappy. Like you really can do it as soon as you are watching. Which, by the way, some people might wonder, oh, Alconis, aren't you worried about the ascension of AI video editing? Personally, up to the current point, I haven't really ever seen a kind of something that
video and AI video editing does to be particularly, I am sorry to say it like this, to be particularly impressive or agentic, in the sense of that you cannot trust solely the discretion and agency of the AI video editor to actually give you the result that you want. It can be incredibly useful as a tool. I myself, I will confess that I had used it auto captioning more than once, which utilizes a manner of machine learning. I don't like using the word artificial intelligence because it is essentially a marketing term. Practically no one that actually works in that kind of in those fields of computing actually calls it artificial intelligence, from what I know, or at the very least, um, they are very reluctant to utilize the term nowadays. And well, I'm going to allow the video to talk more about the topic in a bit.
Please.
But just as a forewarning, I myself.
Hello? Spa. 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 1, 2, 3, go!
Just as a forewarning, I myself did not really come off the video with the clip with the impression that she was attacking him for watching VTubers. I had the impression that she was attacking him for being an.
The reason I am pausing so much is because my computer cannot seem to handle running the video and editing it at the same time.
He's going to say it. He's going to say it.
And this is the part where I can call him an incel. So I am making two editing notes in here. One is the zooming.
He's going to say it for being an
incel.
And I'm sorry, but let's be honest. He kinda does give incel vibes, doesn't he? He kinda does give incel vibes.
One thing that I should probably clarify, when I generally say incel, it's not necessarily in a sense that I want to make people feel bad or that I want to unnecessarily attack people with a different opinion. I use incel in the same way that a lot of people will use hater. That is to say, if someone starts going on about how women that do OnlyFans are terrible or whatever, I already call him an incel, not in the sense that I want to say that he's a terrible person or anything like that, but just kind of like as an offhand label. By this point, due to so many of the opinions that I had shared on stream, it probably is going to be very evident that I don't particularly agree with incel ideology. But when I say, oh, this guy is an incel or something, I don't mean to say that this guy is an evil monster that should be banned on site or anything like that. I just mean it in the sense of, oh man, this guy is saying some silly stuff, or at least some stuff that I disagree with. But as I said a few times by now, I don't want to shut off debate, or I don't want to like automatically assume that someone is like a mega bad person or something because they disagree. I just like say it in the same way that I will say, oh, he's a hater, oh, he's a negative person, oh, he's upset, oh, he is a political opinion, whatever. But I don't mean to say it as, oh, he's a monster.
I'm going to spawn on it more in a bit, but when you come up with a list like this, I don't know about these kinds of lists, but with a certain follow list, posting with a certain attitude, and like with a certain profile picture, you give off a certain impression, okay? You.
Another special note in here. We can cut it around. No. Okay.
We can kinda have an idea about this person from the way that he behaved.
I also need to try, whenever possible, I'm just gonna cut out the loud here.
to increase the volume of the video because I placed the background video at too low of a volume compared to my own voice. I am not very good at compressing audio yet, so I do am balancing audio. So yeah, here for example, see, you can see how different the line, which by the way, what this audio wave means essentially means how close a sound is to actually clipping the capacity of the audio. So the sound of the video is very distant from like actually clipping, but the sound of my voice is much closer to clipping. That's why the spectre, the audio wave looks bigger on my voice. Also, do let me know if I am sounding too loud or anything like that. Are you Michi enjoying this, by the way? Personally, I will confess that I am having a lot of fun editing with you, Michi. I am actually surprised at how fun it's been. And another sniffle. And additionally, just give me one moment, please. I am going to an idol meeting. Yes, watching people edit is fun and you get to learn too. Oh, do you happen to do video editing too, Petra? I actually didn't know that. That's actually super cool. And yeah, it really is fun, isn't it? When you start getting more familiar with your video editor, it really becomes like such a cool thing. Especially when you already start really dominating a process and you can tell that you are doing it so much faster. It really feels like, shoom, 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 shoom. It feels just incredibly cool when you actually get to 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 do the cut in seconds. I'm always absolutely amazed by the kind of people that can do that absolute magic in the fusion page or in the special effects page. Like some of the crazy 3D stuff I've seen some people do, some editors do. That's that's actually amazing. Oh, and Lendeverse. Grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Wait, you hated DaVinci Resolve? Also, hey Hal. Hey, how are you? How are you, Lendeverse? Mm, I think Lance White's friend, right? Thank you so much for stopping by. At the very least, that I am feeling that profile picture is similar. But thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. As far as DaVinci Resolve, I had well have a bit of a love-hate relationship with DaVinci Resolve, in the sense that it really is an incredibly powerful program. I am endlessly thankful that it's free, but it also can be a bit frustrating. A bit of it is kind of unavoidable for it to be frustrating because video editing, like truly professional video editing, is it's not a super mega simple thing. It isn't like learning Chinese or musical theory or something, or learning a space rocket, but it is something that you had to make a certain level of effort into. And there's only so much that even a really good user interface like the Adobe Suite can do to alleviate the learning curve. So in that sense, I understand, but I really wish that DaVinci Resolve was a bit more user friendly. Oh my, it can be quite a thing. Of course, I know, like, it's not as bad as MuseScore though. At the very least, it's not as bad as MuseScore. My God, that program can be as user unfriendly as Reaper, and Reaper doesn't even try. I do apologize. Maybe I should also, maybe, oh my God, my voice. Maybe I should try to be more grateful, but it's just that MuseScore gave me so many headaches. And Reaper, oh my God. There were a few times when I was trying to get an instrument to work in Reaper, I was going to cry. I was about to cry when I got one thing to just, a MIDI instrument to not work on Reaper again and again and again, and then it turned out that the MIDI instrument that I selected that was in Reaper itself actually couldn't play music for I don't know what reason. As you can tell, I still have some trauma from that. Okay, let's continue with the video. You're familiar with the demographics that oh my God, if I didn't know me, I would think that I smoke or something before doing the video. Will compose the Vtuber community. I don't smoke. I just would like to clarify that. Community. Specifically, what I mean is I am not sure how much the average Vtuber fan will interact with demographics outside of his own, because we all know that I have to go now. It's okay, it's okay. It's 5 a.m. here, and I think it is time to fall asleep. It is pretty late in the night on my end too. But thank you so very much for coming and for joining Serenity. Thank you. You helped to make one of the best streams I had in a long time. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and had a wonderful, amazing rest. Lovely to see you, lovely. Oh wait, this one. I hope you can always see the beauty that lies within yourself. Grazie mille, Serenity. Grazie mille, davvero. A dopo, a dopo. Arrivederci. See you, Serenity. Had a wonderful sleep. I won't say I do video editing, but sometimes simple videos is needed. I do Vtuber minimum. Oh yeah. That can be like a pretty. That is to say, males between the age of 18 to 40. Pretty well flowing process. This one we can cut completely. I remember in one of the very first video editors that I used, and even that, like cutting and transitioning the clips, felt like I did such an achievement, like I did something so incredible. Because at the time, at first for me, it really felt like something so much more difficult, because the program that I used didn't really have the hotkeys and didn't really have the more intuitive user interface that future programs did. I wonder if I can say, I don't think it will be revealing too much to say what was my first video editor, right? OpenShot video editor. And if you know something about OpenShot, you will know that. It sure was free, I can say that. Happy holidays, you're so cute. No, you. Thank you. I will visit your streams whenever you will have that. Thank you. Grazie mille. Nuovo amici. Thank you. I am so glad. Thank you so much. Thank you. People that are within that demographic, especially if they are within a certain here. What the fuck? What did you do? People that are within that demographic, especially if they are within a certain a certain what? A certain what, my baby? Of certain opinions, we'll just say it like that. There has to be a better way for me to select the deletion. Can I just like cut? Well, fuck me, I guess I can do. I am not entirely sure if they quite realize how alienating someone like us, Mongol, can come off as. I don't have a personal opinion on this or that person. I try.
So one thing that is important to, I'm sorry, this sounds probably a little arrogant, but one thing that is important perhaps to know about me is that because of the kind of life that I had to lead, I was forced to interact with a lot of people outside of the anime, otaku, gamer demographic, etc. And so I really do have to interact, at least on a superficial level, with a wide variety of demographics. So even while I don't have a deep sense of how certain figures are going to be perceived by the wider public, I do have at least a pacing idea. Just one moment, please. Apologies for that. My kitten um, needed my assistance. Listen, I'm going to get you more food in a bit, okay? I swear, she asked me for food earlier. I gave her food. She is just so needy. It's just that she's so needy sometimes.
To do as much as possible, not to touch on drama. I don't know.
Um, I think we're going to do like one more half hour or something of video editing, and we will go to to an outro. Pets for Kitty. I will give her. I will give her lots of headpats. Thank you. Thank you.
But the way that a lot of people reacted to Dennis,
Reacted, not reacted. Reacted. English, Vtuber. Do you speak it?
to Dennis, and we're going to see some of the Twitter replies in a bit. They acted as if watching us Mongol.
I need to confirm one thing. Just one moment, please. Can you, Amici, see when I am... No, you, Amici, cannot see the context window when I right-click. Okay.
Liking us Mongol so much is a normal thing that the average person you will meet at, in the case of the US, Walmart, will agree, yeah, I watch as Mongol. And being someone that has to interact with different kinds of people,
Um,
I I am not sure if that really is.
For the record, to clarify, I don't think that the average Walmart core or quote unquote normal average person is necessarily also going to have an strong negative reaction towards Asmongold or call him Roach King or anything like that. Well, there's actually a possibility that for he does kind of look the part, I suppose. But his opinions, I don't know if they are going to be that necessarily ultra mega alienating for the average person. Now, I should clarify that when I say that, I am referring to 2024 as Mongol. I have some general awareness that he has gotten a lot crazier
I am not sure if that really is
recently.
the case.
Avexal,
So,
grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione,
even if
grazie.
people, so it's the case.
How are you? Sleep only 2 hours?
So-
Oh no. I really hope you are able to fix that. That is really tough. For me, it can be almost painful when I spend like a very sleep deprived.
Even if people might not necessarily like this person, I understand why. I can. Down, down, boy. I'm Excel for horny Joe. I'm Excel for horny Joe. Yes, you can, of course. Come sit and you can sit on my lap, kitten. Being such an outspoken fan of Asmongold could drive a negative impression to her or to other people.
Tuner and calling some of the various Vtubers Nazis.
This here I want to actually make a Lauten emoji.
Nazis. Immediately, tons of people pointed out the seeming hypocrisy in this, given that Denham's.
Wait, how do you say Gunos backward? Actually, I'm kinda curious. Why are you not pressing the thing? Okay, thank you.
Denham's herself has an OnlyFans, and she even responded to the situation on her alternate Twitter account.
But that's not her. Can you read, my friend? It says not Dennis. Therefore, I don't think it's Dennis if it says not Dennis. At least that is my opinion, you know? The same way that Rick and Morty fans at Tony McDonald's participant says Sal's ruined Rick and Morty, the social media I'm Pickle Rick!
community are actively trying the hardest to ruin Vtubers. And that is one of the...
We can cut this out. Okay, excellent. We are actually reducing the runtime bit by bit. I'm going to close my door. Just one moment.
That is...
You immature hearing some comfortable music while we are listening to the thing here, right? No, it seems that you're not. You can listen to jazz track while I am editing. I myself am not listening to it, but you should be able to listen to it. What have you been dreaming about recently, by the way? Did you have cute dreams? Did you have amazing dreams? Did you have sexy dreams? What did you dream about?
One of the main reasons why I wanted to make this commentary or video. I would prefer Vtubing to be known for
Cut.
Vtubing to be known for amazing or beautiful things, for Miss Nosora doing a concert, or for Miss Monica Lyle.
If you're wondering why the video skips sometimes, I think that the computer tries to catch up.
The Emperor of Japan. Imagine such an incredible honor.
But no.
Not for people calling a woman names.
We can make a special mention in here, like a special note.
Misogynistic names. I'm sorry. I know that it's probably going to come off as a bit of a beta cap simp, etc.
What is that, a slapping sound? It's just my hands. It's just my hands, nothing else. And can I join? You can join in clapping too. Honestly, we should be clapping at someone that manages to be so ESL that they end up saying "cop" instead of "cock." Oh my god, I have literally been cocked by the English dictionary.
Etc. opinion too. to many people, but I just don't like it when people call a woman like so many of the nasty terms that that many of the Twitter replies are going to use. Regardless,
We can cut this whole part actually here. We're not doing too bad actually. There's a good possibility that we can do the whole cutting today.
regardless of if she has an OnlyFans or not.
Claiming that some
I'm going to make the cut here already so that I can,
claiming that some asocial need
yeah, so that I can actually adjust the volume in this part in here.
Terrible.
to the internet versus denims and
A note in here.
Terrible.
to the internet versus denims and VTubers. It starts when a best
Thank you.
friend tweets out this clip with the caption, "Denims crashes out on chatter for following VTubers and Asmongold."
And again, I know that I said it before, but notice how they frame it as if she said all of this stuff, mental derangement, etc. Out of nowhere, like she just saw this random guy and she thought that, how do people say it nowadays, that the profile picture gave her the ick or whatever, and that's why she started picking his profile history.
Guys, the Shota Boomer discovered the ick. Oh my god. Algonis, can you try and sound any more technologically literate? I dreamt recently of driving a car and it suddenly had a brake failure, and I was trying the car to stop. Crashed the car safely, then I woke up. Oh, that's a scary thing. One moment, please. I tend to go more on bicycles, so I tend to worry more about what will happen if my brakes using a bicycle suddenly stop working. But there is a whole method to really stop a moving car or a moving vehicle safely, right? Now, if you're in an open road, it's not too difficult to just go on the sideways of on the side of the open road and just like let the vehicle like run out of its speed. You just don't press the accelerator and that's it. But if you had to choose a target to crash safely onto, then that's always like a really scary thing, right? Because just crashing into a wall or something for it to fully stop your momentum, it's a really difficult thing. In the case of bicycles, it helps a lot that by definition they can't really pick up a great amount of velocity. So you just like step on the gravel or something and try to. Some riders try to like reduce the velocity of their wheel by pressing with the sole of their boot. I am assuming that if you're riding a bicycle, you're not doing so barefoot or with sandals or like those sandal heels that ladies use. Nothing that exposes your toes. Generally is my idea on that. Okay, and you just step on the thing. But with cars, sorry, I got distracted for a bit. I genuinely am not sure what I will do in that situation, to be honest.
Now, this is something that I read from a comment, and even if the bot is available, which I had no idea if it is, I don't really have much of an inclination to check the bot in detail. But the commenter said that the reason why she started going off at this person's chat history was because even aside from the lawsuit thing, this chatter was clearly being a problem, was clearly looking for something, and they said a lot of misogynistic stuff.
Okay, this is the part that has to include.
Said at they said a lot of misogynistic stuff. So that's why it was actually going off at him, and
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 so how you doing?
well,
I'm doing pretty okay. I didn't think that I was going to stream so much today, and I was genuinely moved that some people did the donations that they did. Like I genuinely and incredibly thankful about that. I didn't imagine that I was going to be yapping so much. I genuinely didn't think that I was going to be talking that much. But I really am glad that we all had such a good time. Especially so, I am glad that I did end up doing this video editing. It's what I had a goal of doing from the beginning of the stream. Sorry. Because one of my goals next year is to do more co-working.
there is a reason why she used the list of many VTubers to attack him, but we're going to get into that in a bit.
I'm waiting for you to lose the lawsuit. Oh no!
No.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. So sad for
Slapping her and well,
Now,
I am
one thing
well.
let's just take up.
Kinda.
We can leave the comments out here.
Daddy? Hey, where does that come from?
Take up. We can leave the comments out here.
I will also like try to remember to link people to the other account, and in the fast link, we can be a bit more daring there.
We can leave the comments out here. We can leave. Let's just take up. We can leave the comments out here.
I don't even know what they're saying, what Agonis is saying there.
Now, one thing that let's just take one.
Play.
One thing that I will agree with many of the people I said is not really sure why she decided to have such emotional reaction to.
Actually, I'm going to save the thing, but before that, just to be safe, I'm going to hide with the studio here for a moment. It doesn't show anything. No, okay.
To this random person. Maybe it was not the best decision to give this person the spotlight.
You had no idea how much it triggers me that it has that little skipping because of CPU overload.
I know you might think your life is over because you're 40 years old and you've never made a single friend in your life, but you know. Anyone can turn their life around. Anyone. Oh,
Thank you for giving me hope, miss.
Listen, I love VTubers, but you know it's a special type of mental.
And also, one thing that a lot of people that I did notice at first, that she does indeed seem to skip over the vast majority of the Flash streamers. So that actually is pretty strange.
Mental derangement when it's someone that follows exclusively VTubers and also Asmongold.
And one important thing that I would like to mention here is this is not
Avexal, grazie mille per redimere il romantic one-liner.
Now, let me think about it. But let's see. You know, it's funny that you are on the North Pole of the world and I on the southern side of the world. Isn't it lovely? It is almost as if our lips have the opposite polarity and they are meant to come together. This is not a good sample size of Vtubers. You wanna know one joke, baby? My life! That is so funny. Okay. Can I have a funny one-liner? Just look at the mirror, mate. Sorry. No, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Please, Alexa, I am sorry. Please, I'm going to massage your shoulders or something. I do apologize. That was so mean. No, I really apologize. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, Alexa, okay? I am sorry. Okay, another. What the fuck? Another one-liner. What could be a funny one-liner? No slapping for you. No slapping for me. This is not a good sample size of VTubers. It's a specific subculture or region of VTubers.
This is not a good
I
sign.
hope that when I
Follow
say
it
these
after
kinds
you.
of things
Right? Follow
about
rich people. Okay.
a
Then
certain
follow
part or
that.
a certain side of VTubers, people don't assume that I have a particular enmity or dislike for that side of VTubing. Even the VTubers that I had a personal political disagreement or ideological disagreement with are not people that I particularly detest or anything of the sort. I tend to be pretty detached to life because I had seen people die. So there are a lot of things that to me come across as well. I mean, maybe it's unfortunate, but it really isn't that big of a deal. I guess that is the one thing that I got from some of the bad experiences that I had. That I really have an almost innate sense for the kind of things that are not that big of a deal. So I just recognize that okay, they are not from the same tribe as I am, but they are there doing their own thing.
Hyper fan. And that was, by the way, he's also
It's
following
very
Aspen Goal
difficult for me to
24/7.
dislike
He needs
someone.
his Aspen Goal, okay?
He needs his
goal.
mole.
And then was
Mole.
discovered Iron Mouse and was like, well, actually, sorry, discovered. It seems like a.
Oh man. Okay. Now, I know that. Oh my. Oh my god. I know that some people will probably be not mega happy with me for saying this, but like another YouTube comment point at one of the many videos that I got this whole controversy. There is very much an stereotype. There is very much an stereotype of a VTuber fan that watches VTubers or anime women because he cannot stand anime woman, real life woman, or because his level of misogyny. Oh, I do apologize that I am not speaking a lot. It is a bit difficult to be talking and listening to the video's speech at the same time. Does not allow him to interact with a real life woman, at least on the internet demand. Come on, baby. baby, I don't want to slap you in the healthy manner. And I am sorry. Is there?
Oh my god! Why are both of these things going so hard on the... Oh my god, my poor GPU! Oh, god. Okay. So, like, well, we are going to do this for like 15 minutes more, and then I'm going to the other ZATSU. I didn't realize it was actually being so taxing on my GPU. But you know one thing that I realized, Amici? Originally, I thought that the only way that I will get superior tracking for my Vtuber model will be if I bought an RTX GPU, which isn't super easy to get down here, or at least it's kind of expensive. Because I always assumed that all iPhones, even used iPhones, were prohibitively expensive. But apparently, that is not quite the case. There are a few iPhones with Face ID that aren't at quite an accessible price. And because for me, I chiefly will use this cell phone for a Vtuber tracking. It doesn't matter at all that it's not a nice cell phone or anything like that. I have never been the kind of person to care about it. I also wasn't able to like talk too much about the goals for next year in this stream. We ended up jumping quite a lot. But I was highly thinking of dipping my toes into the PNG tuber pool for a bit, and try to see how that feels. Additionally, I am thinking of maybe not doing a debut for a PNG tuber, but I wanted to try and at least design and try to see if I will commission my own PNG tuber model, because that is a much more accessible route than commissioning a live 2D model. Those things can be really expensive. It will also be like a really nice challenge to try and draw and make my own PNG tuber model, even if I don't have a tablet. I'm thinking of doing it similarly to how anime illustrators, like, first they draw by hand and then they find their way to scan the image, and they kind of like digitize that physical drawing. And maybe I can do something like that, drawing physically and then digitize it with either Photoshop or Krita. But it's something that I want to try making. It would be super fun if I was able to do my own PNG tuber. Like, it would be really nice.
But just looking at this list here, just looking at the kind of content creators that he follows,
We can take out this list here part.
just looking at the kind of content creators that he follows, can you, if you had, can you,
oops,
if you had to take a bet, what kind of opinions do you think that this person has about certain controversial issues?
Yeah, I wonder what kind of controversial issues you're talking about, little boy.
I just want you to ask yourself that.
And I'm actually going to include his part here.
I just want you to ask yourself that. And leave your opinion in the comments or something. Like, tell me what you think he will.
I want to add a text here that says like shameless interaction plug or shameless interaction farming.
He will say about X or Y controversial issue. But I hope that you understand why someone will feel that this person coming in on the attack and having the kind of... Sorry, I need to say this, but it's just too perfect. I'm sorry, I need to say this, but it's just too perfect. It's just way too perfect.
Audio peak. Ooh, that didn't do anything, right? Okay. Audio peaking, so we're gonna cut here.
I genuinely think that this must be like a joke. This must be some kind of joke account. It is just too perfect.
And I still hold to it, to be entirely honest, that he comes in, that he says that, oh, I hope that you lose the lawsuit, and that he has like a typical, I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but a typical incel profile picture, and he comes and follows the literal caricature of the follower list of Gunner VTubers, of Gunner content creators. It's just, no, this has to have been made by someone that either Dennis knew or someone that wanted to play a joke on her or something like that. This person can't be real. I still believe that, I'm sorry.
He comes in, says something misogynistic, and then he tries to attack me. He gets the attention of this person, and then he has the follow list that he does. It's just way too perfect. It's like you could not
Here, God,
could not make a more cartoon more of a cartoonization of a VTuber fan.
who even says cartoonization? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fan if you tried. I'm sorry if it seems like I am attacking this individual or whatever. I am pretty indifferent to the entire situation, as quite arguably the rest of the VTuber community should have been. But it is the response that really rubbed me off the wrong way.
A couple VTubers before.
I don't think we want to hear about how things Robert Nalcon is, right? Well, I guess the more perverted Amici would like to hear about that.
A couple VTubers before that actually. Bunny X, respect.
Man has been grinding.
You know what, dude? Yeah, let's just. It's time to.
He has been grinding in his pants, alright. Wait, what did I say there?
It's gooning time.
YouTube goon.
Oh my god, dude. Life is pain. Life is so much pain.
So true. It sucked. I never loved me and my
There we go. Sobrecarga al codificar. Oh, baby, I am pretty sure that we're having a lot of encoding overload. Actually, let me check the... No, it's not 2. What is statistics? Oh, but it's only recording the statistics on... Oh, encoding delay. Okay.
So it's okay. One of these VTubers, they're the only things that ever loved me. Goon time.
And that, but anything else, is why she uses gooning in a negative context in here.
Oh!
Anything else is why she uses gooning.
Had a wonderful night,
negative
Avexal.
context.
Thank you so much for stopping by. I seriously appreciate it. I will try to remember to link you to another account where you can have more fun. I hope you understand. In Laconis, we have to keep to certain size lines.
Like the context in here.
But had a wonderful sleep. Please do rest a lot because you deserve it, okay? I like to stay and slap you so hard. Don't slap me. Oh, wait. A better one. Okay. 1, 2. And I wasn't even putting force into that. Okay, last one. It's hard. Oh.
In here.
Have a good night.
In a negative context in here. I know that a lot of people in the sponsors treat their OnlyFans account as if it is the same thing or even worse than what VTubers do. I am not here to debate whether or not that is the case. But
And in here I want to have a particular effect.
but the thing that I will mention between
There is so much. This is so slow.
Gunner in the good sense and Gunner in the bad sense is that Gunner in the good sense involves a great deal of self-agency and respect for the person, while Gunning in the bad sense.
I misspoke in the part of self-agency, not only for the gunner themselves to have self-agency, but more in the sense that the gunner person will have a respect and an awareness for the self-agency of the person that they are gunning to.
The way that Miss Dennis uses it here. Does imply a certain level of disrespect towards the individuals they are going to. I don't really get the impression that this individual will have a good opinion of what a woman. I am sorry for saying it in such a manner.
Here, and okay, yeah, we had like 10 minutes left of editing. At the very least, we got on quite a bit.
Following the Nazi Gunner bait, obviously.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, right. Actually, I.
Oh, and he's following the Nazi.
And I'm just going to like place this as an. I need to edit out that sound bit. I need to edit out that word. Is it difficult for me to do what I explicitly asked you? Press the button. No, you fucking. Did the button lock? There we go.
Gunner bait, obviously. This guy.
Okay, she probably shouldn't have used that.
Yeah.
Okay, she probably shouldn't have used that word. But it's the internet.
We can just like take out this whole thing. I don't think it is too important to keep.
Guy doesn't know when he's being pandered to, and he's like goon,
Goon.
Oh look, and he's following.
Here.
Nazi rat VTuber too. Goon.
How many times is she using the word goon in here?
So out of curiosity, I actually check out.
Wonderful, excellent. The ESL boy did it again. Out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. Reminder that you're awesome.
I mean, really,
It's not reminder that you're awesome. Reminder that you're awesome.
Didi Gaki's content, and there was actually a pretty edgy joke she had in one of her shorts. Maybe she doesn't deserve to be called such a terrible term, but
it should be mentioned that in my case I had a particular sensitivity to some of the more atrocities of certain periods in history, because while I didn't really study in depth, I actually did try to study some of the tragedies that occurred during that time. And I would like to assure you, as bad as you might think that it was worse. It was actually quite nightmarishly, horrifyingly worse. So it does affect me a little bit when people try and make light of that, either intentionally or not. It is not something for which I'm going to get like super mega mad at them or anything, but
I think that it is important to remember, even if that political term has indeed gotten overused, there is a reason why we came to associate that term with pure evil. And sometimes I do worry that some people run the risk of forgetting why that was the case. Play, you fucker. When you engage in certain kind of behaviors and you do certain type of jokes, Scott here. Certain things happen. I guess. And we got this again. I hope you understand, it is not just me being like a tight ass or anything. Maybe it is on some level, but there are a lot of people today in Europe. They can walk a few kilometers from their town and find a monument remembering an ancestors of theirs that died during those times. It's not. I don't know. I don't know. I had no words. But I hope that people understand this isn't just a concept of me being upset because someone said a politically incorrect joke or anything like that. I want to respect the memory of people that truly did suffer and die because of a tragedy. Input in, output out.
Time to goon. And now he's here. That's so sad for you.
So sad. But actually there was someone else. Yeah. Right below. She... Raw! My god, that Raw was so lame. That was so freaking lame. Holy moly, I'm telling you, I am this close to editing out this Raw because it's making me cringe so hard. Raw! Rahora. Okay, that is the one person of his follow list that I actually really like. I am sure that a lot of them are okay, but outside of Miss Shiley and Miss Laura, I don't think I watch any of the people in this list. I don't teleport. Come on. I'm actually pretty glad that he follows Laura Frontera. Mamá maravillosa. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I probably shouldn't be glad that he does.
It's really tough. A brutal life you lead, man.
That's wrong. Here. Suko meme.
I don't think it's possible for you. I think it's too late for you, man. I think it's too late. I think it's like he's also so stupid. He can't come up with like any comment. He can't even come up.
Another card here. Asman is pretty base. I must add a mental note next time to actually have a proper sound balancing in the recording, because this is painful. Having to like manually balance the audio post editing it's time I could use for something else.
Has it ever worked? Go out.
Woo. Okay, we had like 5 minutes left of editing. And I don't really understand why she felt the need to broadcast it. I guess, in defense of Miss Dennis, maybe she wasn't in the best mental state at the time, and maybe it did actually get to her when the person started talking about the lawsuit. Now, I really feel
We can cut this.
And I really feel I am being a bit too direct with so many of the things now, but a lot of the
Go for it,
responses
buddy.
are going to come from a certain subculture or tubing, and it is pretty clear that they also have personal or a personal benefit we make of responding that we do.
The video got a lot there because of processing issues. It wasn't that the recording itself was busted.
So the responses are perhaps not entirely surprising. I would have preferred that most popular responses on Twitter would have been
Cut. Oh man, my poor GPU is working overtime today.
of the amazing, showing some of the beautiful things that so many Vtubers do.
Get to the point.
Instead of all of the responses on Twitter we're going to see.
Taku replies to the clip by saying, "Po's mad she
Oh well.
can't."
Shit me. There's actually a good chance we cut out the segment with this individual. I don't think anyone should deserves to be exposed to Nox. Wow. That's such a rude thing to say, actually. Holy fuck.
Pi King replies with this picture of a trash bin with the title.
So I am not very familiar with Sir J.R.R. Tolkien, but I'm just going to say this: I am not sure if a World War I veteran would have been happy that someone will say something like this, cosplaying as one of the characters.
Some people might probably say that because of the era he lived in, Tolkien might not necessarily have been exactly a feminist, but he still did probably gear himself to certain codes of gentlemanly behavior. And that involves a certain level of deference or respect for other people's dignity. Which, even if, for example, he did not think that prostitution was a very noble or dignified job, I don't think he would have thought it okay for a gentleman to refer to any lady in such a way.
Also, I thought I watched out middle earth. So I thought I watched out middle earth. I don't know if I don't know if someone that has actually went through war will support like calling themselves Alpha-chan. I am sorry, but yeah.
Unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes. Gaza.
We are up to the last 4 minutes, I think.
Unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes. Gaza.
Also, Amici, if you are watching the video, I actually would really appreciate if you could tell me one thing. I really do need to know about this. Do you feel that this video is maybe being too controversial or too too controversial for the channel? Do you worry that this will probably attract a lot of negative attention? I genuinely don't know, and I would like to ask for your opinion on the topic.
Says, "I love VTubers, but you're deranged if you follow them."
So
Oh no. Oh no, not this part.
So, I am a Berserk fan.
Fun fact, Miss Calliope Mori is also a Berserk fan.
Obviously, I am also an anime fan. But I was surprised when I read his poll of the most attractive and less attractive hobbies on men for women.
That is to say, which hobbies women find most or least attractive in a man.
like which hobbies we thought were the least and the most attractive. Anime was ranked as one of the lower hobbies. And the way one of the boys played the
I do apologize. I have fallen into a lot of quietness, haven't I?
was that she loved anime herself. But so many guys in the anime community were so terrible that she already considered it a red flag when a guy said that he was into anime.
She already considered it a red flag.
And I have a similar predisposition when I see a Berserk profile picture on Twitter. I already get a little bit like, I wonder what. No.
I want to add like the Among Us sound in this part.
I wonder what they are going to say. And in this case, the response was pretty much what I expected.
It sure was.
Fucking retard. Holy. Vlad replies with this clip in the caption. I'm gonna post it.
Nah, we can just like keep it here and
Times we don't like real women anymore. These virtual women go online and make money. I have to spend 3 hours putting makeup on.
What?
wow, don't clip like that, mate. Fun fact, Tali, there is one sound bit in here that I'm going to use as a general sensor sound. I'm going to show it.
Your day.
Okay, so it is around here, and now here I make the special green mark. I think I can just like write in this part already. Zoom in on censor the visual word with something funny. Add a pine boom.
Your day. Your day's over.
This, like this. This one. This is the. Oh my god, that sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. Clip and sensor. Use this clip or noise when you, what the fuck? Get the fuck off. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this W thing? Get me? No. Ugh. I do apologize. I should try to use less F-bombs. Censor.
The room is drying up.
I have no words. Where is the... Here it is.
It's a toilet.
Okay. We finished this part and we complete the clip for the stream.
Maybe you had seen the all of the clip stuff. So
Here. Here. Excellent.
just out of curiosity, maybe you had seen the all of the famous Vtuber in this for something like showing to their parents.
I'm sure you saw some of them, right? When they show their mom different VTubers and stuff like that and see their reactions.
And many times for example, they like related to because word and bad girl basically.
Oh god, what did you even say there? Come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Don't give up on me, mate. Okay, I'm not gonna push it too much. I'm just gonna stop here. And I think we had done enough for today. So that the thingy can relax in here, I am going to allow it to pause for a moment, and I go to an idle meeting. Just give me a moment. We have a decent chance at making the bringing the video under 35 minutes. So maybe it isn't the main thing I will had hoped for, but it is. What do you mean downloaded this? Yes. Yes. My computer. But it is still something within the acceptable bounds. Okay, now we are heading towards the outro, ZATSU.
did we do a lot today? I personally am quite happy with all of the things that we did today, and I personally must especially thank you. I will be able to talk about this in more detail in the future, I am sure. But the last couple of weeks had actually been like a really difficult thing for me. Mm. So sorry about that. It really meant a lot that we were able to share so many beautiful moments together, and you and me just showed me just how much you love me. It truly does mean the world to me. So I do want to say thank you for all of that. Otsukare, arigato, arigato gozaimasu, arigato, arigato. And the other thing that was good was that while I obviously deeply cherish our time together, I was also happy that it was a time spent working towards a certain direction. Not only in the sense that we were doing a lot of video editing, I was actually a bit surprised that we got to do so much video editing today. I might well be finishing the cutting of the reaction stream of the reaction video after the stream. But also even the Japan section, it really helped me to clear my head with a lot of things, and it really was very nice to see everyone, all of the regulars in chat. It was really wonderful to see some new faces as well. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for that. Like, thank you for real. My apologies. And it is sorry, I lost my train of thought for a bit. It is my hope that even if the channel doesn't get big or anything, within the power of the things that I'm able to do, that they can be something meaningful and something truly memorable. For example, I had been toying with the idea. I think I mentioned before about like doing a presentation about the story of the formation and the development of the organization of the Red Cross, right? But I had also been thinking of the idea about wouldn't it be nice to make a charity stream? That is an idea that I have been flirting with for a long time, but I was always really embarrassed to try it because I would have felt way too embarrassed to do it with my small audience. But I had been getting the idea, what if I do it with some other VTubers? What if I actually propose someone for a collab, and we do a collab that is centered about a particular charity? I really do imagine, and I really do think it will be absolutely wonderful to be able to come together, both talents and fans, to support a good cause together. Not only that, but it will also give a lot of us, of our communities and ourselves as creators, an opportunity to mingle together. And I must say that is something that I really admire about Spawned a lot. They are always doing something to try and bring people together, and I think that's really cool. And that, like, doing it with a collab would also help me to avoid the embarrassment. I don't think that the charity organization is going to care. Even if it's just a gesture, they're going to be happy that someone tried to do a charity for them, I think. But even so, if I do it in a collab with some people or with another person, it at least wouldn't feel as lonely. It at least will feel like, oh, okay, fine. So our total combined is like around 10, 11 people, etc. watching the stream. So that's nice. Even if we gather like only 20, 10 or $0, just the idea, just the fact that we tried and did something together for a good cause will be something pretty cool. I know that I talk a lot about this, but I really want to try and stand out as a VTuber. Not just male VTuber, my gamer that plays games and occasionally does karaoke and stuff like that. I want to have something more solid and more memorable than that. Speaking of music, I also want to improve my idol reps quite a bit. I want to practice a lot more dancing. I need to practice a lot more singing. And but my main focus in the near future is going to be getting better at guitar. I I need to get better at guitar. I need to get those Paskin steps in too. Well, and thank you so very much for all of the wonderful information all of the wonderful things that we learned today. I was like, sorry. I was like, in need of a lot of things, and one of those things was knowledge and learning. So it was great that I was able to learn more. You people work really hard every day, in your jobs, in your houses, in your families, between your friends, and I really want to become someone that is able to give an equal share of work and effort in response to relieve you from some of the pressures in your daily life, and to also show you how beautiful or shared universal culture and history can be. It's this way the Enlightenment and Renaissance and all of the art isn't something that it just belongs to one specific group of people, regardless of whether you can trace your genealogical ancestry. And I don't think it's too important to mention too much about this, but technically, in a very roundabout way, I actually am a descendant of Michelangelo. Like genealogically, there's a good chance that I can trace my DNA back to him. Well, not specifically back to Michelangelo. Michelangelo had left no descendants, but you know what I mean. But the beauty and the genius of the Capella Magna or La Statua della Pietà or the Basilisk of St. Peter or St. Peter's Square, it doesn't belong to any particular group of people. It's something with genius and virtue encompasses all of mankind. It's the same reason for why, for example, the Jefferson quote said, "I swear upon the altar of God, everlasting enmity against anyone that may seek to enslave the mind of man." There are no provisions of any kind of identity made in there. It is something that encompasses all of humanity. For a very long time in my life, I thought that nothing... No, that would be too much to say, sorry. For me, it was genuinely life-changing to know that such beauty and culture existed. And more than anything else, I will wish to show you that a little bit of that genius and that majesty exists within you, that exists within the human mind. And yeah, well, we did the poem in the middle, and soon we can do the poem again around the end. A quel pietoso fonte, onde siam tutti, se sembra ogni volta che quasi vede, più se altra cosa alle persone accorte. So remember, that fount of great mercy is something that lies in all of our hearts, and we can tell, within our knowing reason, the light of beauty and reason. I hope that we can go together and find all the beauty in the world. Thank you so very much to everyone that stopped by today. Muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que vinieron en la transmisión hoy. Thank you to Is it okay if I don't say it in chronological order? The chat today was pretty long, so it will take a while. So, thank you to Mayo. Thank you to Esponta channel. Thank you to Hidden Yokai. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you to gracias grazie Mechamu, and thank you so very much again for the donation, Mechamu. You had no idea how grateful I am. I'm going to make sure to do something amazing for you. Just you watch, and thank you so very much. Words are not enough, but seriously, thank you. Gracias de verdad. Grazie davvero. Thank you to Shark764. Thank you to Petra Leong. Thank you to Petra Leong in Twitch. Thank you to Sponta channel. Thank you to Tricky Getaway to XCFK. Thank you to, I know that there are 2 more people. Thank you to Serenity, and thank you so much for the fan art. It was really amazing to cross paths with you. So thank you so very much. I thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Abexal, and thank you to Lendeverse. Thank you. Linancha. Yeah, that was the name. Linancha. Right. But I really feel it is the same for the profile picture as Linancha. And also, it's usually Linancha that calls me Hal. That's why I assume. Thank you. Thank you to Avexal. Oh wow, I think I thank you 2 times, Avexal. Aren't you a lucky person, huh? And that is a still. Oh, thank you for the stream, and Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Da 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 da! Merry Christmas! Santa Claus is coming to town! I really need to practice my upper resonances. Santa Claus is coming to town! I really need to practice a lot more, and especially is my posture that I need to. One moment. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, yeah, it really takes a while to get used to. I really need to improve my posture. Oh boy. Okay. Thank you so very much to all the meravigliosi amici. Muchas gracias a todos los meravigliosi amici. Grazie davvero a tutti i meravigliosi amici. Questo è stato alcuni buonanotte. Il video che vuole regalare a tutti gli amici meravigliosamente felici. And if I miss the next few streams, Happy New Year. Oh, thank you. And Happy New Year to you as well, Petra. Thank you so very much. Matter of fact, there's a possibility, but I'm still not quite sure, that sorry, I might do a stream during Christmas. Now, which hour specifically during Christmas? Most likely during my usual time slot. That is to say, like, I think it should be something like 9 EDT or something like that. If I do the Christmas stream, I will make a waiting room as soon as I am certain that I'll make the stream. So you can tell on YouTube, and I will try on Twitch too. You can know when it is going to happen. But I will not be able to cover the whole 24 hours. I will also have to, like, go, celebrate Christmas with people, with my family members. But I would like to do a little bit of Christmas too, a little bit of a Christmas celebration. But it is still not something that is very certain, and it is probably going to be like a 2-3 hour stream. Then again, I thought this stream was going to be 3 hours and it ended up being 7. So I don't know. I guess I needed to talk a lot today. And we should have one more regular programming stream in the next, Monday 29th. But yeah, the year is ending. How has 2025 been for you?
Well, we're gonna have a recap of that in the next few streams. But yeah, if we don't see each other until next year, then I will say beforehand, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Yeah. Grazie amici. Okay. Nos vemos. See ya. A dopo. Love ya. Okay. Los amo. Li amo. Okay. Oh. A dopo.
I'm Sophie, and today we have a